Good evening and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference and home of the Allen Institute for Human Rights. You can visit the Allen Institute for Human Rights at aihr.foundation. My name is Lily and I will be your hostess for the evening. The views and opinions that are expressed by our listeners are not necessarily the views of Targeted Massachusetts, nor myself. It is the goal of this conference to be a place where people who are victims of organized stalking, intimidation, electronic torture, and mind influencing and control in all differing forms and from various sources can feel free to openly and safely discuss any of their concerns, strategies, fears, hopes, and solutions for themselves, and to offer advice, support, and encouragement for one another. It is understood that some people may not always agree with one another. So let's start this call with the willingness to agree to disagree, keeping in mind that it is more important to support one another than it is for us to always be right. So welcome to the call, everyone. Come on in. I hope you've got your favorite beverage and a pillow to hold on to and tissues if you need them, or a joke if you want to make us laugh. So come on in and get comfortable, everybody. I hope you had a good weekend. It was a beautiful day today here in good old Vermont, our little state of Vermont. And so anyway, go ahead, Greg. So tell me what you're doing. Can you unmute? You should be able to.
Hi, Lily. I just want to say thanks so much for hosting tonight. This is Hannah from Ventura.
Well, hello, sweet Hannah. How are you, honey?
I'm doing great.
You're doing great? Wow.
Right now I am.
You. Yeah.
Well, I can just fake it until I make it, right?
Fake it till you make it, baby.
Yeah. But I wanted to say thanks so much for moderating, and I really like it when you talk about the bigger picture, because it kind of makes all the puzzle pieces fit together more. And just entertaining the idea of for it being the UN, I thought that was a unique perspective, and I'm still learning a lot about this and how to manage my life. Yeah, but I also, I'm curious about how it all fits together too. So thanks so much for bringing up that topic.
You're very welcome. Yeah. It's my opinion. It makes sense because we have to work with what we know. And all of the little places that we don't know, it can be little traps, or even big traps. So we have to stick to what we know, and we have to stick to what we understand and what's actually really occurring on the world scene. And then how would neurological weapon systems fit in as a very large piece of the puzzle, actually, right? So we have to just stick to what we know. And the United Nations is actually, as we all know, it is what it is. But it seems like behind the scenes, it's going to be, everybody's going to have an opinion. It's a conglomerate issue. And, who knows exactly what they do behind those scenes exactly. But I'm sure in the long run, they want these weapon systems to have the one up to some of the other bigger, governments, so they don't get a hold of them. And it's a weapons race too. So the way I like to reframe it, I was thinking about that today. If I were to introduce this as of what I know right now, just the big picture, what this is, I would introduce it like this. There is this directed energy weapon system that is established, and it has all kinds of different moving parts. And one of those subset parts is a neurological weapons system program or development. And what they've done is it's not only put together in a compartmentalized way so nobody can really see it, but it's also used for several purposes. So they pick from the varied peoples, or all demographics, all the personalities that have all the different flavors of all the different cultures, including religions, right, and personalities. And it's going to identify that personality within that group, and it's going to use it according to whatever program they want to assign you to. And it could be anything. And I think that that's why we all get so confused, because we all have very similar experiences, but very different. We're all different people. So it's going to use some people for military purposes. It's going to use some people to explore psychology. It's going to use some people because they're gifted at linguistics. They're going to, I think there's religious groups. I think it's to test the strength of religions within a person. And ultimately, I think that they want to have peoples influence other people. And then, of course, my running theory, my big theory right now is that it's not only a weapons race, but it is, it's obviously weapons of ultimate control, because it can control everything. But the big thing that they've been doing this to me for 26 years for is so that it'll use the essence of my thinking and whatever evoked potentials they can get out of me to copy me, to have me influence others, or to program the AI. So Absolutely. What this is about AI machine learning. And yep. I just listened to a gentleman talking. He's called the father of AI. And he is named Jürgen Schmidt, and he's in Switzerland. And he runs 2 labs out of Munich and out of somewhere in Switzerland. And these guys are the ones that love machine learning for the artificial intelligence systems. He talked about all the amazing things that AI is going to accomplish. Those are the guys that our government loves. Those are the guys that the government wants to use and tap for a resource so that they can, help further the advancement of these neurological weapon systems, so they can develop this artificial intelligence, which is going to, at some point, be in control, if it's not already, of these types of programs. And learning so it can learn to be sentient and learn. How is it learning? I believe it's learning from us. And it's the theory of all kinds of things. There's cybernetics, which is the steering of the mind, and it's controlling. In other words, in between your moments of gang stalking or whatever, street theater, whatever you call it, when someone's being forced to say something to you, that split-second timing, and then all the moments in between that you experience through your day, those you have to realize is obviously you're connected to a computer-type system, right? Because there's no way that a person can understand with split-second timing how to gang stalker you or what to say at that precise moment without it being understood by these neurological weapon systems, meaning a hyper-intelligent supercomputer system. There's no way a human can force another human to say those words at that precise moment, at that exact time. That's how sophisticated it is. So when I go off on the sophistication of it, that's because no human can do that. No, I used to think in 1996 that my good friends had earpieces in their ears because they would say things at just the precise right moment that I would think what you would come to call maybe a perpetrator. But I knew they were my good friends. So why would they do that to me, right? So that takes hyper-intelligent supercomputing, not another human. And that's what I understand now, and it goes all wonky when the computer is learning, and why we have the strangest things pop into our minds, because it's controlling and mixing from other brains and all of those things, it causes all kinds of weird stuff to show up in our head. And I used to spend hours and hours and hours of my day thinking about, what got me here? What is this? Who's doing this? And I would go back in time and it'd say, I would be at the start point where the trauma was, whatever event I thought it was. And I would spin and spin. If I could only go back in time, I would do things differently because I thought it was that. I blame this first 2 years of these specific people who are doing this. And how come, why would they, I thought it was wealthy people. I didn't know how they would do it, So I wasted a lot of time and a lot of effort, and a lot of energy on things and now I understand it much more clearly, So anyway, So Greg, tell me about what you're talking about. What's going on? What are you doing with the TENS unit or whatever it is? Can you hear me? Greg, Moore? Greg?
Greg Moore, White Courtesy Telephone, Greg Moore.
Where'd he go? Hi, Chris.
Well, hello, Lily. Very good speech. I'm enjoying our interaction. Have a great evening, and I'll be in the chat.
Okie doke. Frank, hi, Frank. I don't know where Greg went. He disappeared. He was telling, maybe he got dropped. He was telling us a good story. Hi, Ann from St. Louis. Hi, Deb. Hi, Foley. Hi, James. Hi, Unknown. Hi, Hill. Hi, Susan. Hi, New York. Hi, Bama. Hi, Ann. Another Ann. A couple anonymouses. Of course, Chris. Greg. Hi, Lando. Hi, sweet Marilyn. Nancy. Hi, Star. Welcome to the call. Hi, World Court. Name. Hi, Wanda. And Frank, how are you tonight? You going to say hi? No. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. If you're new to the call, you can always use, oh good, I'm glad you're fine, Frank. You don't have to use your real name. If it's your first time on, you can just use whatever name you want. If you feel like you need to talk, please do.
Hi, Lily. This is Hannah from Ventura again. And you have such insight and such experience with dealing with this life. I was curious if you were ever going to start a blog or a YouTube in order for you to, like, I don't know, have a certain resource that new TIs could turn to so they don't fall for, you know, the trickery that they play on us. I know we're doing tonight Project Soulcatcher, but I thought it would be great to have like an interactive online resource like Project Soulcatcher Online, where we have like a list of all the common mind games and how they do it. I don't know, just having it more visually and more accessible online. I don't know, just an idea.
Yeah, that is a good idea. You know, I've often thought about practical ways to help, you know, TIs, and I feel like the way I've approached this is to learn as much as I can first, to really get a good grasp and understand what they're doing, because there's obviously a much bigger reason for doing what they're doing. Even that, whatever that reason is, it doesn't suffice. I mean, it doesn't matter what their excuse is. There's no excuse for this. That being said, I've often wondered, you know, is there something further I could be doing? And Hannah, you know, I just haven't gotten there yet with exactly what I would do if I could, you know. And I have actually thought about a little bit about what you're suggesting, you know, to figure out practical ways to help people. I wish I had the information I have now, that's for sure. I think I've said that 100 times. You know, I wish I had this information. I wish somebody would have said to me, you know, that the United States government has a really sophisticated neurological weapon systems, and they do this thing called hypergame theory, and they're going to test your mind probably every 4 hours, usually 3 to 4 times a day. They kind of bombard your brain, and I call it breaking in. They just break into your mind. They hack your mind, and they're going to do these things to you, and they're going to play these really strange games where they're going to trick you into making people say things to you and make you afraid, like you're being watched. And you know, they're going to try to isolate you, and they're going to make you think that the people you love the most and hold dearest to your heart are also playing games with your mind. And they're going to make you feel tortured and like you can't say anything. And if you say something, you feel like you'll get in trouble. and or if you say anything, you're breaking the rules, and whatever it is, they'll punish you. And I wish somebody would have told me 26 years ago that they're going to hit you with weapons that make you jump out of your bed and every muscle twitch, and and skin burning and confusion and all the things that they've done. And that's why I'm so grateful for the people who've come forward to explain some of this stuff, And you just got to be really careful with those rabbit holes, because they, you got to keep the existential out of it, because that's the platform the AI will expound upon within your mind. So if you think it's aliens, then it's going to take you down the alien road. If you think it's God in whatever religious belief you are, it'll take you down that road, or it'll oppose you. It usually opposes you. I have had an enormous amount of opposition, and I wish somebody would have told me that too. I would have said they have this amazing ability to reach into your neuronals and oppose your belief system. And because it brought me to my knees on more than one occasion, because I didn't understand who, what, how, why, and where. And it's a violation of every natural law. It's extremely violating in every possible way. And there's no words in the human language that can describe the violation of this. And which would be even scarier, is if the people who do the remote viewing, the people that within the military installations that have access to this technology, if the most dangerous thing that could ever happen is to have any of those humans treat this with such disrespect, which they obviously do, and think for one moment that this is okay. And that's the seduction, I would think, of this technology, to be able to slide in and out of people's minds and to test their minds or play with algorithms or whatever, and manipulate that human. For them to ever discount it or minimalize it, that it's not a big deal, that erosion of conscience is the biggest violation. And they should never, ever, ever feel that this is okay, or be seduced by the power of the technology, that this remote viewing into so many people's minds, and regardless of who they are, should never, ever, never be okay. So, anyway. It's just unfathomable. But anyway, as we all know, which is why we're here. I'm being instructed. I don't really read the chat when I'm on the call, because I get lost in the chat. So I try not to read it. Why, Frank? What am I missing? Oh, Greg, we lost you. You're back. You can step in at any moment, Greg. I was looking for you earlier, and you disappeared.
Yeah, I had to walk away for a second because they were hitting me hard. But I'm back.
Oh, sorry.
They like my genitalia, so.
Oh, I know.
It's uncomfortable to try and talk and think, and while you're, being attacked in your own damn home.
I know. It's so repulsive. They are repulsive,
Yeah, that's their little weapon.
I know. Yeah, and I was thinking about how we could change the definition. See, obviously everything is about definition and the words we use to describe this. And right. I really, because so much is stereotyped. So much of is stereotyped with, like, from the 60s, like the little Bugs Bunny remember the little Martian? He had the little ray gun on Bugs Bunny. Right. And Faye zapped you with his
space modulator. Space modulator gun.
Yeah, right. So then they would hypnotize you, and it would be mind control. So it's like this joke of science fiction. So we kind of have to change up the language and say, okay, instead of mind control, how about mind influencing? And it's violent. It's not. This is violent. So to use the right words that to describe violence to the soul rather than some science fiction, joke of mind control and it's the Twilight Zone. No.
Right.
This isn't Hollywood. Humans are actually being tortured. And it's not okay, as we all know. So I think that the narrative can change, and to get on the same page with the words, I think would be a big help too, over time. And I think it'll take time to get to that point, but I think it's possible. So
if they move away from mind control to something more definitive, or
I think well,
it should, because this is not mind control.
Well, I'm seeing where I remember there were times early on in my whatever you want to call it, the invasion of my brain. Early on, I recognized that I couldn't hold on to what I was trying to think about, and I would get interrupted. And then with that interruption, I would start thinking about something else, and I'm like, wait a minute. Wait. It was like I was internally flailing. I'm flailing and fighting. It's almost like you're fighting for oxygen. You're fighting to listen to your own voice, and your voice gets lost.
Yes.
So that is mind control in a way, and it's influencing. They're trying to steer my mind in the way they want me to focus or think on.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And I don't like that.
But you're aware of that. You're aware of that, so you know how to combat that.
Well, back then I didn't, of course.
Okay, okay.
I didn't know back then what I know now. So, So what's going on with you? Tell me about your little idea. What is it? Start from the beginning. You bought like a 10 unit. You're trying to interrupt the signaling.
Yeah, well, I'm using myself as an experiment, but I don't know. It's hard to describe what they're doing to me. First, they have my nerves like I don't know. I feel so abused. I really do. The things that they're doing to my body, and I'm trying to document it, and I'm saying, what the fuck, man? And excuse my language, and it's just, and I'm in my own home, and they just, it's beyond, it's all sexual related, in terms of where they target me to hurt me, and I don't want to get graphic, but
Where did he go?
I'm not sure. Hi, Alabama.
Hi.
Hi. How are you
I just
today?
want to be good.
How do you retrain yourself to go back to your own thoughts, like you were saying before?
It depends.
You don't get interrupted.
Yeah, it's a fight, right? It's always a struggle. It's really hard to do it, and that's why it's so hard to stay on task. Wait a minute, wasn't I doing something here? Wait a second, and
yeah, because that happens to me all the time. So I didn't even realize that was part of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it depends on what you're experiencing, It depends on how long have you been a target, it depends if you get V2K.
Going on 4 years, so.
4 years, okay.
Lily, Frank wants you to monitor the chat. I don't know why, but he asked somebody to ask you to monitor the chat.
Okay, is there a problem?
Not
you guys
that I can tell.
Please behave.
I'm sorry. I got kicked off, Lily. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. It happens. It's part of the whole thing.
I don't see anything weird in the court.
Alabama, and I just wanted to be on a positive note. My targeting has changed so much for the better. It's like I don't get street theater or gang stalks anymore. Everybody is so nice. It's like instead of the whole world being against me. It's like the computer system has turned against itself, and I'm almost invisible to it. It's so amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, honey, I'm so excited for you. I'm happy for you.
Thank you. Now, I'm still getting some stuff, but it's like 75% better, and it's just changed my whole life.
Oh, my gosh.
What made it change?
I don't know what made it change. I really don't want to say, but, I mean, the only thing that I did different was I quit going to my doctors. I quit taking any prescriptions. I started supplements and lots of water, and that's all I've done different, and prayer, those things.
Oh, honey, that's so good. How's your baby doing?
He's good. He's getting so big. He's 8 months old.
Oh my gosh, this is like, okay, so my favorite times are right about now because the person, like he, you know, they're just turning into little people right in front of you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Their personalities just come out more and more right at this age. It's the most fun ever is between 8, well, I would say 7 to 8 to all the way up to about right before they walk. And it's, you know, because then once they walk, you're done for. But it's so much fun. You know, they just laugh at everything and they you know, everything's so new to them.
Yeah.
So you enjoy that baby. Oh.
Thank you, I am. So that's the part of my targeting that has changed, you know, is the public. What I am still feeling is like an overlay, almost like a cybernetic overlay. I can feel, you know, you feel like your face is being manipulated, and the twitching on my body and the sexual stuff has gone away like 90%, but I still feel little ticks every now and then. But yeah, everything is so much better, but the physical manipulation is still happening. So.
Can I ask, are you Alabama?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I live in, I go by Foley.
Oh, yeah, I've seen you. I'm in Huntsville.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your baby.
Thank you.
Did you say he's a year old?
8 months.
Oh, okay.
And Lily, I really don't think that, I don't know, since it seems like the program has turned on itself, it doesn't seem to me like people actually know what they're doing. Like, it really seems like a program like the movie The Matrix, and I don't think they're aware of what they do.
Well, now, okay, that's a really important statement, Alabama. So are you telling me that you're seeing a difference in the way it used to be and the way you're perceiving it now?
Just that, it's completely different. It's like an inversion and flipped around. It's completely different.
Huh. Interesting.
Instead of like the whole system being targeting me, it's like it turned on itself, and it will come to a grinding standstill, and I'll hear it like a wrench in the, however they say, a wrench. Like I can hear it. It's the craziest thing. Like when I walk away from people, like I hear the chatter. It just gets like a grinding stop, and it's like a computer program like got clogged. It's so crazy.
Huh. Interesting.
It is very interesting.
I just love the positivity that things are easing up a little bit for you, or a lot, it sounds like. And let's just hope it stays that way, right?
Yes.
I just want to be positive.
Thank you. I just wanted to put that positivity out there. Thank you for letting me talk.
Oh, anytime. I'm glad to hear from you. And to remember that everything that the computer, I'm going to always do this friendly reminder, and I know it's repetitive, but it's really important to understand that the computer system you're attached to is looking for what's called stress responses. So when it offends you, deep within, it wants to see how you respond. And if it bothers you, it's going to, and we're talking the deep emotional stuff, okay, which is hard for you to feel because you're connected to the system. So remember, it's looking for your stress response, and if you give it one, it's going to pick at whatever that is that's bothering you. Okay. So you need to stay calm, and you need to laugh it off. Our new favorite thing is to laugh it off. No matter how hurtful, how embroiled you are, how offensive, how blasphemous, whatever they offend you with, okay? How stupid things are, you have to somehow separate it. Then that's the trick, is to separate it from yourself and say that's the it or the they or whatever you want to call them. And it might do you well. In fact, I heard this was kind of like a fun trick, is to call it different names. And then it confuses the computer. So, okay, Stan, we've had enough, or okay, whatever, Egbert, whatever you want to call him. And think of something really weird, some weird name that's not common, and, call him Bert or Ernie, whatever. And, just laugh at it. And everything it does to you, flip it around back at them. That is not a reflection of your worst fear anymore. It's just them freaking you out, and then laugh it off and say, totally neuter its authority over you. Neuter its power over you. And because remember, it's just a stupid computer system that's trying to learn how to be human from who knows how many brains, and it's stupid, right? So we're gonna absolutely neuter the crap right out of its power, and it's not gonna hurt you anymore. And that's what you got to tell yourself. No more stress responses, right?
Right.
You give it no more power. And your worst fears, when it throws those worst fears back at you, say, nope, that's stupid. That's what you think, computer. That's not who I am or what I believe. And that, remember, the number one rule of thumb is that this computer system, when it does that opposite within you, it's a liar. Okay? It lies. This is a computer system when you're attached to the oppositional programs, programmed opposition, when you have an unusual number of antagonists in your life. It's programmed to do that. Okay? So you have to remember that is not about you, and it's programmed to try to tear you apart so that you're submissive to behavior modification, and that you don't want to give it any power over you. The United States government wants to use your brain to program their weapon systems. Nope. Non-consensual experimentation is not welcome in my body. And it's against the law. Every law, including God's law. So you put it right back on them. And one of the biggest tricks it uses is it'll tweak your frequencies, okay, so let's not use the word frequency. It'll tweak your emotions to make you feel anxious, to make you feel afraid of it, especially when you see a street theater or what you would consider a perpetrator or a gang stalker. That is the computer system making you afraid, okay, to make you submissive to their programming so they can do what they want because you're in an emotional state of trauma. Okay, this is trauma-based behavioral modification and conditioning, and you do not have to put up with it. And they're just scaring the crap out of you so they can manipulate you.
So I don't know if I told you before, but I was hearing the torture, the torturing screams in my voice. So I still hear that a little bit, but it's gotten a lot better. They play, yeah, my voice screaming constantly, coming from my attic, like I'm in a torture chamber. But it picks up a lot.
You just tell yourself that it has no power to control your fear anymore. And say, wow, I'm a really good screamer. Say, wow, man, do I got some pipes on me? I can scream. You know, I want you to take it and dumb it down. I want you to just, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, wow, I'm pretty good at screaming.
Yeah,
You know?
Cool, yeah. Did you finish the book that you were doing on Monday nights? Have you finished?
Nope. We're getting to the meat of it all this past few weeks, and I'm actually going to try to start on time tonight at 10.
Cool.
Yeah. Anybody would like to talk, please feel free.
Hi. I just wanted to pursue what you said earlier. I think Alabama asked you this, but I wasn't sure I understood exactly all your suggestions on this. For when it's taking over your thoughts and it's so strong and there's so many of its thoughts coming at you that you can't even think clearly on your own, what are your strategies?
Yeah. My first strategy is, just thinking natural knee-jerk reaction after all these years. My best strategy was to make up songs. I'm not kidding. When you sing, I don't think the AI understands singing. And singing comes from the heart much more than it does the brain. So when that happens, it kind of disrupts it, and I actually used to sing to communicate some of the time into my, when I was thinking, trying to stay on task. So I would kind of sing what I was doing, and I would kind of put it to music, and it would help me be able to focus on what I really believe. And it actually put my beliefs, when they would assault my, the tender parts of your beliefs, like the parts of you that hold things dear and near, right? I would remind myself of who I was by singing. So, and what I loved and the things that I held dear to my heart. And it got me through because it would get me through the assault, whatever it was. They always break in, like I said, historically, I think it's been 3 times a day, in the morning, noon, and afternoon, and then in the evening between 6 and 9. And so singing is a really big strategy for me. And I think it might be able to take you to a place, if you could start humming something, right? And let's just pretend you're trying to bake a cake, or you're trying to make lasagna or something, I don't know. And you're having a hard time staying on task. And instead of it taking 3 hours, it really should only take you 45 minutes to put it all together, right? So what you could do is you could kind of, I know this sounds weird, but try this as a strategy. Kind of when you're reading the recipe, read through it while you're humming something, and see if that gets your thinking. You're able to focus more. And I think it's not that it disengages the system, but it's a different way of learning almost. I think it taps into a part of the mind that it can't manipulate or something, because I was able to always stay on task better, and it would remind me. I don't know how to describe it, but you guys should check it out. Try doing that. Let me know if anybody sees things. Yeah, like but hum while you're multitasking. Try to hum. Try to sing what you're doing. Okay, I put the flour in the cup, or whatever you're doing, right? And just try to see if you can find some catchy little tunes. And I think it distracts. It's a different part of your mind. And I think you can focus better. I think it's a part that the computer doesn't access or something. I don't know. But that's what got me through.
Super. I'll try that. I've got one more question. I asked somebody else this pretty recently. I've been having a lot of trouble in my job, and it's actually, I had a little bit of electronic harassment, but the real problem is trying to get along with perps who work with me. And they have to be, because they go out of their way to cause me a lot of grief. I mean, I work in a warehouse. I've had pallets thrown at me. That's bad. They could have hurt me if they hit me. And just people are quite nasty and spread gossip. I mean, really bad gossip, and cuss at me and just say mean things to me. And it's hard to go to work, and the managers try to some of the managers are pretty nice, and they'll try and get them off my back, but it just never lasts more than a day. They always come back. It's the same people doing it. How do you handle things like that? Because I can't afford to leave, and I haven't found anything better.
Really? Oh, I would so look for. It's a seller's market for real estate, and it's a job market for finding a good job right now, because COVID, so many people are desperate for help. So I'm sorry you're going through that fully. I really am. This is the thing. It's an art form to know when it's a computer instigated perpetration versus somebody just being an absolute jerk. And sadly, the world is full of people like that right now, right? There's absolute jerks everywhere. And as a TI, it's really hard to figure out when somebody is hurting you or when somebody is being manipulated to instigate.
They're largely manipulated, I do.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So if it's nondescript manipulation, like it's just the use of linguistics or words, they're throwing words at you to trigger you, that's the computer kind of synchronizing your brain to theirs to manipulate you. So that's when you need to step away and say, okay, I'm being manipulated right now. Now, when a person who comes up to you and says, I really don't like what you just did because you messed up my I don't know what you do wherever you work, but let's just say you messed up my production line or whatever, and they throw a pallet at you, that's natural. They're being a jerk. They're just being an absolute jerk. And they could be amplified in their emotions to be even jerkier towards you for sure. So you have to, but they do not know or understand that you are being tortured in a program. So that's where you have to differentiate the two also. Those people that do those things to you have no clue that you are a TI and what it means to be a TI and how you internally suffer because of these programs of torture, psychological and emotional torture.
Yeah, I live in a small. I'd have to drive an hour away. I don't know. I'm trying to make this work because it's the best job where I live, and I'd have to travel an hour or more away from here to get a job. I'm not sure it's worth it. But anyway, I just wondered how you handle things like that. Have you had experiences like this at work?
Oh, well, I used to have to. How do I explain that? I was in denial that people could consciously perp, whatever you call perp, when it was the words that would come out of their mouth or whatever, I don't know. I'm trying to remember, working in offices and stuff, what it was like. So was I perpetrated at work or it's hard to say because they don't now. Lily, looking back, they didn't know.
Can I answer her, or can you put in my 2 cents?
Okay. Hi, Ann. Absolutely, guys.
Hey,
please do.
You always have to remember this. It's very important. Attitude reflects attitude. Okay? If you act like a hurt victim, the bullies are going to come out and get you. This does not necessarily have to do with targeting. Okay? If you act like a victim, it's almost like, a pack of wild dogs that are looking for prey or something, looking to bully someone. Or funny thing happened when I was a kid. there was actually a pack of wild dogs, is what I'm thinking about. I've never been afraid of any animals. Nothing. A tiger could walk up to me, I'll pet it. But my mother was so afraid of animals, and we're coming out of the orthodontist, and she's saying, "Oh, look at those dogs! Look at those dogs!" And she was so scared. I was like, "What? They're across the street. They're not going to bother you." Well, don't you know? They all ran up. They knew she was scared. They all ran up to her. They started jumping on her, and didn't even come near me. So, I mean, it's an animal instinct that people have. Be sincere with them. Be their friend. Always greet them with a smile, not like, your attitude could be, what are you going to do to me now? People pick up on that. That's your aura, That's easily picked up on. Just be sincere, be kind, and it'll come back to you. It will.
Okay.
I mean, I've had so many jobs where and this is before I was targeted, for some crazy reason, there's always that one person that has it in for you, and you don't know why. What did I do to that person? I don't know why. Oh. And eventually they come around with patience, There was this one woman who never had anything nice to say to me. She was the nastiest nurse. She was, and I always was like a little perplexed about it because she was actually a post-op nurse in the recovery room. And, you really have to be patient to have that job. And with me, oh, my God, she was so nasty. And I would go home and think, what am I going to say to her the next time? My mind doesn't think like, so I didn't even know how to be nasty back, And then I was out of work for a long time, and when I went back, I was all ready for her, right? I was all ready. I'm like, if she even comes near me, I'm going to bite her head off. Well, don't you know, she runs up to me and says, I've been so worried about you. Where have you been? We missed you so much. I was like, what? What just happened? So in the long run, it'll pay off,
Oh,
Be sincere.
Go
ahead, I'm done. But I just want to tell you, it doesn't necessarily have to do with them being perps. And remember, people are manipulated, okay? You have to find a way to overcome their manipulation, where they actually question themselves and say, why am I doing this to her? Because
I don't know if they question themselves. Go ahead. I'm not sure they question themselves. Some of these are hard people.
I've told this story so many times on the call. I don't know if you heard it, but it's worth listening to or me repeating. I have this girlfriend, and she lives in another state, and I took care of her plants, and I took care of her house, and I took care of her fish pond. And one day, I took care of her huge garden, right? Watered all the indoor plants, the outdoor plants. And that's all I asked her was, can I pick some mint? And she bit my head off. And she said to me, no, you can't. You can't have any of my mint. And I was stunned. I just stood there looking at her like, what? And then she shook her head. Okay, she shook her head violently, and she apologized a million times to me. She goes, I don't know what got into me. I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I'm so sorry. Okay? They were manipulating her brain to go against me.
I believe it.
But she caught it. She caught herself.
So are you're a nurse?
Why, honey?
Are you a nurse? Are you a nurse?
A nurse. I was in the medical field. I was a technician.
Oh, you were. So you no longer are?
Yeah, no, I'm not any longer.
I
worked in the emergency room.
Did you quit because of the targeting?
No, I didn't. No. I loved my job. Absolutely loved it. The hospital actually closed down, and I just went into another field. Yeah, emergency room work is kind of tough. I mean, it's you have to be young. And,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your advice. I realize there's a lot of validity there, and I'm going to think about those things when I'm dealing with these people. Everything that you and Lily said. Thank you both.
Yeah, because there's always miserable people that are just looking for somebody to take it out on. And if you're nice, you're going to get it. Doesn't necessarily have to be targeting. So, but if you feel in danger, I mean, the best thing, just look at somebody straight in the eye. Just look them right in the eye and say, did I do something to you to make you do that to me? Confront. Let them think about what they did to you.
Okay.
All right. And do it lovingly. But, confront. Don't be a scared mouse. The scared mouse is just going to get that, that wildcat to go chase it. So, all right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Hope it helps.
Okay, and I'm back. Thanks, Anne, for that. Thanks, Foley. Anne, you always have good advice. You got a lot of experience under your belt.
Yeah, that's it. Experience I've lived.
Yeah, I would say that you're just listening to your stories before too. When we talked, you always give these really good life experiences. You've had a really colorful life in many ways, with your experiences, like on the, being a flight attendant, and I mean, wow, you got to be a people person, to be able to do that job, so that was really good advice. You have a really practical way of putting it, so thanks. And
well, one of the other things I did when I was and this is very early. This is like one of my first job, actually, my first real job, aside from babysitting or whatever. It was I took a sales course because I was a fitness instructor. I told you that, and we had to take a course. Believe it or not, really didn't have much to do with the anatomy as much as it did with sales. And the first and most important thing they told us was attitude reflects attitude. You show up with a good attitude, with a big smile on your face, you're going to receive that back. And it works. It's true. You have to be sincere, though.
Good advice. Okay, well, this is the part of the call where I'm going to open up Project Soul Catcher, and we'll get to reading. We're on page 280. Let me go ahead and open that up. I'll try to stay on schedule. Everybody, please make sure you're muting. And friendly reminder that if you have a question, please interrupt me. Say stop, Lily, and I will answer your question, or we'll discuss whatever you'd like to discuss. Or if there's anything at all that you can reflect on and that you'd like to talk about what we're reading, please do. Any feedback is good feedback. Here we go. Okay, page 280, Operation Noah's Ark. Okay. Friendly reminder, I will not be in chat at all during this. So if you need to get a hold of me, just interrupt me. Okay. Page 280 of Project Soulcatcher. Operation Noah's Ark, downsizing the human race. We have heard the cries of humanity. We have come to intervene. If you don't change your ways, we will wipe this place clean. Archangel Gabriel and Trent Reznor. Wrath has no fury, like a woman scorned. Mother Earth. In Enoch, the watchers are angels apparently dispatched to Earth simply to watch over the people. They soon begin to lust for the human woman they see, and at the prodding of their leader, Semyaza, they defect en masse to marry and live among men. The children they produce by these relationships are the Nephilim, savage giants who pillage the earth and endanger humanity. Semyaza, Azazel, and others who become corrupt and teach their human hosts to make metal weapons, cosmetics, and other necessities of civilization that had been kept secret. But the people are dying and cry to the heavens for help. God sends a great flood to rid the earth of the Nephilim, but sends Uriel to warn Noah so as not to eradicate the human race. The watchers are bound in the valleys of the earth until Judgment Day. See Jude 1, verse 6. Many veterans of the United States intelligence community who served their country suffered this fate. Similar to what Sisyphus did as a whistleblower of false gods, he revealed the designs of the so-called gods to mortals. The U.S. weapon system incarcerates and silently assassinated many. Maybe this should be a warning to the cowards who are part of the deception and silencing machine. Because there are three major religions in the world that have competed, the Department of Defense named this Operation Noah's Ark from the Old Testament at their intersect. It is preparation for a cataclysmic event, planned or unplanned. The idea behind this project is to make sure that the diversity of life can be saved past the event and brought back. It has two components, just like in cloning. There is the recording of DNA information, either by storing the DNA itself or the information that it represents by to be recreated by something like the gene machine. And there is the more difficult process of compressing all of human intellect and uniqueness of mental processes created by experience and culture. For the current estimate of the cost of saving a human soul, see the sections on immortality and the appendix on the mathematics in Volume 1. Currently, the hardware without compression in 2002 is $333 million as of the writing of this book. Also see cryogenics. The recording of all unique human DNA variances and all animal and plant DNA would take up a large amount of memory, but not as much as experts in the field would think. The variations can be recreated. Even the human genome, as scientists are finding out, include less variants than they initially thought. Included in the project is recording the cultural and mental variances of unique humans. Very smart and, quote, evil, unquote, people have thought way ahead. The earth cannot support this level of human populations for long. There must be another cleansing, like in the Bible, to lower the population level. This project also acts as a safety net for nuclear war or other kinds of catastrophic events, like an asteroid collision. There are a few civilian projects that are attempting to do something similar, but at a much smaller scale. Side note, interview with a psychic war game project. Question, do you believe in Armageddon? What do you think will happen in 2012? Answer, I don't know what to believe. My handlers told me why Kennedy was killed. They told me why they killed John Lennon indirectly, too. They told me that they plan to downsize the planet's population. They said that they want people to believe in natural plagues. They repeated in a loop during the programming phase of my ordeal, be more evil. But what struck me as most odd is that they said the people of the earth have bastardized all the text, divided and concurred themselves with pride and interpretation of the Bibles. It was time Jesus retired, and that they are going to produce a new Bible for the masses. They said, tongue-in-cheek, that they wanted me to help them write it. Of course, I refused to work with the CIA deceivers and torturers and got punished accordingly. During torturing me, they bragged, I don't think you realize that you don't have a choice. Author's notes. 2012 is when the Mayan calendar ends. There's a lot of chatter about its meaning. It would be a good time to change people's beliefs. Every 2,160 years, the Earth, due to its wobble called perpetuation, changes the zodiac sign by one, I think it says eon. Excuse me, it's hard to read because it's grayscale. In accordance, a new god is born and worshipped. The next god is Aquarius, the water bearer. According to the zodiac, which follows the Jesus fish, Pisces in the zodiac. This is where the New Age begins. Whether one believes in zodiac or not is irrelevant. Humans have done this to change throughout written history. If you are a believer in this, you will see global warming dry out the lands and raise the seas due to the melting of the polar caps. Water rights will become the next gold. For social engineers, this is a perfect chance to birth and introduce the water god Aquarius in 2012. 2025 is when the Air Force claims they will release this information of the technologies and weapons described in this book. Of course, God will come in a very different form and change the organization of the human race, a new world order. Destruction is easy. Creation is hard. Trend lines show that populations cannot be controlled and the Earth's resources can't support it. Wiping out a large population is necessary, whether through forced vaccines, for birth control, or viral warfare that occurs naturally. But there is another way where some of our humanity can be saved. We would not use many Earth resources if we became electronic, silicon entities, a type of ascension. Fusion, solar, or nuclear fuel, to which we would then not be toxic, could continue our human life's consciousnesses, which we define as the sum of all of our fears and hopes of our species, but without biological concerns of illness, consuming our human resources through our fragilities. Human ideas and values could continue, albeit not necessarily biologically based. Pollution would be irrelevant, as would be plant and biological life forms. A new ecosystem and economy of elements and energy would instantly evolve. Most reading this book wonders if this is possible, and it may sound like science fiction. One must experience this for themselves to believe and understand what the cybernetic global brain project is. Excuse me. Take the blue pill and believe anything you want. Your memory will be erased during your sleep. Take the red pill and you live a life of knowing too much, with all its responsibility to save human values. Humans have been divided into haves and have-nots economically. They are also being divided into those who know what is happening and those that don't. Everyone gets betrayed in this game, an insider. Discussing questions. 3.23. How could a select group roll out immortality without causing panic, competition, and violence? Should it just be given to the rich? Would this cause extreme greed and white-collar crime, in turn causing another crash of the financial system? Some people will do anything to survive. Next question, 3.24. What would the selection criteria be for those who get to go into the underground biospheres in case of nuclear or viral warfare to create the next race when they emerge? Wow, okay, that's interesting. Chapter 4, the politics, laws, and ethics of neurological weapons. I got to see what they had been working on with enormous ramifications to all social order, a new world order of electronically controlled humans without their knowledge or consent. Quote from a whistleblower. Topics and takeaways from this chapter. Ooh, I like that box. That's a good idea. Number 1, understanding the politics involved in the continued use of neurological weaponry. So understanding the politics. Number 2, the various laws that might be applicable and how legal trickery is used to justify their use. So laws that might be applicable and how trickery, their legalese. So this is flipping the words around. Number 3, the ethics and moral depravity of the existence of such weapons. Ooh, ain't that the truth? The ethics and moral depravity. So, yeah, there are no ethics involved with this, right? Paragraph, okay. Obviously, the technology has been kept secret on the most part due to the huge ramification on social order. All of Western philosophy, from religion to crime and punishment, relies upon a concept called, quote, free will, end quote. How would people react if a Pentagon official came forward to tell the truth and describe these experiments on humans and the behavioral torture and assassination projects on the news? It has also been a useful interrogation and spy tool. Just, to stop for a minute, just what would that be like? If somebody someone, a high official, came forward and described this on the news, these projects, okay. But due to the endless train of abuses, people are finally speaking up. There are many groups around the world that have organized into nonviolent protest, becoming slaves of the United States human experimentation using these technologies and techniques. These groups go under many names. The psychology community wants to discredit them as psychotic, but due to their own definitions, in any group that believes something irrationally is not crazy as long as it is part of their culture. This is how they excuse religious people from being classified crazy. But this same exception allows for these groups who share a common delusion of radio frequency control of the brain to be classified not crazy because of their group affiliation. The CIA paid psychologists, snake medicine healers, have hoisted themselves by their own petard of faulty logic. Footnote, petard is a noun, a small bell-shaped bomb used to breach a gate or wall to a loud firecracker. Okay, so like a bomb, like a petard of a kablooey of faulty logic. Another example of faulty circular logic in the DSM of mental illness is that if a person suffers from a, quote, delusion, unquote, another person believes them, they too, through transference of delusion, can be classified crazy. This is the kind of subpar thinking that allowed witches to be burned and the earth to be believed to be flat for so long. Normalization of beliefs of the masses has nothing to do with truth and reality. The psychology community has been used to dispose of some of the greatest thinkers of our time. The philosophical debate of free will has gone on for millennia and even still occurs in some college dorms today, but the debate has long since been over. It only occurs because of the lack of understanding of the physics of mind. The mind has been proven to be completely controllable under constrained conditions. Creating a delusion of free will and choice helps placate the populace of any society, be it a fake democracy or communist country. We are, after all, just human animals according to DARPA documents. All is fair in love and war, a common proverb. There have been reports of satanic ritual abuse all over the world in large numbers, yet not a single satanic cult is listed in the FBI's top 300 terror groups. Why is that? Is it because they are mostly CIA, NSA? Wow. Okay, sorry. Why is that? Is it because they are mostly CIA, NSA, and DOD funded projects? Is it because people who report this horrific crime have been discredited according to many CIA documents outlining the program's strategy? Is it because the psychology community has come up with a term called satanic panic and false memory syndrome to put the general public's fears down, that this is what is occurring? Other than the Frank Church congressional hearings in 1973, where tens of thousands of documents were destroyed by the director of the CIA, there hasn't been a government-funded investigation into claims of torture by thousands of Americans with physical or more advanced high-tech torture methods. How is that possible? Crimes against humanity and human rights abuses are common. Over half the governments in the world use torture. How can America have any moral standing in the world and UN when it is behind some of the most horrific mind crimes ever conceived? Do Russia and China have this technology? Many people have told the author of this book to, quote, give it up, forget what has happened, end quote. But this is the attitude which allows the mistakes of the past to keep repeating themselves. Why conspire to allow the future generations to suffer as we have and repeat the same dumb mistakes? Just to freeze for a moment on this paragraph. He mentions moral standing in the world. How can America have moral standing in the world in the United Nations when it is behind some of the most horrific mind crimes ever conceived? And that's true. I think we're number one in that arena. But I will never ever discount the fact that this is a conglomerate agreement. These nations are conglomerate in their approach to using this technology. Those other nations are allowing this group that are doing these torture programs into their countries to do this on their own citizens. So this is an assault on humanity from all the nations, I believe. That's why it's a global process, which you probably will cover.
Certainly is.
Societies, thank you, Greg, societies will eventually catch up with this knowledge and hopefully use it responsibly for the betterment of mankind. Gravity upset the Catholic Church with Galileo's discovery. Christopher Columbus was told not to go on his trip because he would fall off the edge of the earth and be eaten by dragons was the popular belief of the time. Well, guess what? That's back. With the flat earthers, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. You can't. Oh. Anyway. It's just so funny. In a few decades, the uneducated people will be allowed to understand and believe that the true nature of their existence. Year 2025, according to the Air Force documents. Free will as a concept will be ridiculed by future generations, just like this generation scoffed at the Roman and Greek gods. Rationality and logic has proven a far superior way for our species to understand its environment and model reality. I'm sorry. I gotta laugh off the flat earth thing because it's back in Christopher Columbus day and people are like living that theory again. Like they really believe the earth is flat. I'm like, oh my gosh. You know, what's old is new again, I guess, eh? Thank God. All right. All politicians practice demagoguery, which is to cater to the loudest voices. Silencing those who are being tortured and experimented on and not allowing them to form a single voice is yet another unfair objective of the CIA. This makes it difficult or impossible to find justice for those families who were wronged and the people who were killed and destroyed for the CIA and DOD's un-American, undemocratic, disgraceful, and dishonorable objectives. Wow, you go, Robert Duncan. Officers in the military are sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States, yet few can recite anything from the Bill of Rights or the documents that created this country. They rely on White House lawyers to interpret for them. A very dangerous and precarious position our country is in indeed. A common question for people who undergo this type of horrific torture is, quote, who is responsible? End quote. The question is complex. 120 plus institutions were implicated in the 1970s for these crimes on the American public before. But a simple answer is that the Department of Defense supplies the budget, the NSA supplies the top scientists, and the CIA/DIA supplies the behavioral scientists and operators with flexible morals. There you have it. That's it in a nutshell right there. That's who's responsible. I agree. Side note, the researchers of this book conducted extensive testing of communication patterns on a random population to understand who is most receptive to truth and why and how some people reject the obvious. Smarter the person based on IQ, education, and how well read they were, the more likely and quickly they comprehended the ramifications. The middle percentage of the IQ distribution needed more clues of authority and more evidence from media before they started to grasp the material. Those who had served in the military were also more likely to quickly believe on average. People who lived an average life and average corporate job were the least likely to believe the technology existed. They often even became angry that one would even mention it. Some said that they were simply too scared to know any more and rather remain ignorant so that their government would not come after them. We conducted experiments by hiring 20-plus actors to surround people in public places incognito. We wanted to understand the so-called sheeple effect of belief systems. As expected, the success rates of the target to believe some seemingly outlandish ideas but which were true, increased dramatically when they heard random people talking about it and felt left behind. This is why a fashion industry formed, what is called benign mind viruses in the field study. 95% of populations do not and cannot think for themselves due to their strong herding algorithms. I think that we're naturally made, I think by design, humans are made to be led. The problem is that humans cannot lead one another. And I think that that's the bigger question, is how then can humans successfully be led by trusted authority that is not violent or punitive, and not self-seeking, There's a lot of ways we could describe that needing for honest and trustworthy leadership. Okay. Discussion questions. I guess we could go over these. The masterminds behind these technologies should have a coming to Jesus moment. How can they be brought to justice for their international human rights crime spree? How can it be proven to the public that these technologies are classified secret and the crime wizards hide behind the veil of national security? That's a mouthful right there. That, I just don't know what punishment would fit this crime. We're in 2021. They started doing this in the 60s. They took the most brazen position known possible You know what else too? The big word I'd want to use here is coward. That they're cowards ultimately. That to build any kind of science or have any kind of insight into a human and do it from the position they are is cowardly. It's the epitome of cowardice. That they would break into a mind and manipulate people the way they have is nothing more than cowardice, So what kind of cowards these people are? How can that be? I just don't know. I don't know what punishment there is that could fit these crimes. It's so profound. It's almost like the type of punishment that has to happen, that for the level of justice would be the highest in all history. You know what I mean? Without getting into the sphere of God and forgiveness and all of those things. As far as just justice, how do you satisfy the justice requirement in these crimes? And that's, I think, the question. I just don't know. That's why that does enter the sphere of God to me, because it's so profound, 4.2. Humans only sympathize the suffering and mourn the loss of people they don't know. They don't seem to care about those that suffer whom they don't know. Is this a moral failing in our human nature, and will it lead to our ultimate demise? I don't know. I always feel bad for people when I hear, if you hear something on the news, when something bad happens to someone or a child, I always feel bad. But there's nothing I can do, I think a lot of humans do sympathize, but there's nothing we can do. We feel powerless to stop suffering, right? So that's in the section that we need a good leader that can stop suffering. The next question. Have U.S. elections been rigged in this fashion? Over 650 people have come forward to say that they were being tortured while trying to vote during George W. Bush's run for the second term. How large are these mind control war games and experiments and their influence over democratic governments? Over 650 people came forward, wow, to say that they were being tortured while trying to vote. Does true freedom of religion exist if the religious leaders can be tricked into hearing the voice of God using this technology? Freedom of religion exists. Are religious zealots in the DoD and CIA behind making biblical predictions come true, or are they just playing into Bible scripture for their own personal career gains? I'll tackle that one. I think, with my experience, I think they're trying to learn how to end beliefs within people, and or there's a section within these groups that thinks they have the right to produce, they've taken the authority of the scriptures and are playing, they're playing God, is what they're doing for people who are religious, because they're reenacting scripts almost as if they think they have the right to on behalf of God. It's like they put themselves in the ultimate power position on behalf of God, potentially. I think there is a flavor of that to this. So he says making biblical predictions come true. I don't think it's for personal career gains. I think it's for power gains. I think that's a personal thing. Because this country has, it's really important to remember that Jesus is not an American religion, and sorry, but some of them have taken that role. A lot of the religions in this country are just like any religion in any other country. They come from its own ethnic start, if you will. And some of the religions in this country are unique to this country. You wouldn't find them starting in other countries a couple decades ago. So you have to keep that in mind when it comes to people who are in positions of power who also have some type of religious vein within them, which most people do, but the difference being that you and I are not in powerful positions, but these people are. And so they make this fatal error that many people in power make, is that they think God has literally put them in that position to be able to do what they want to do with their power. And that's a very brazen and error of folly, if you will, on their part, to assume that God has put them in that position to do that kind of thing. And I think one of the other things, if you've ever been a religious person and there's a big mistake in religious teaching that says you have to be beaten or from within, the ego pride thing versus being a humble person and servant of God. They think that you have to be tortured to achieve that, to achieve humility, and it's an actual lie. That's not where humility comes from. So I've experienced that, But anyway, okay. So moving on, everyone has inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What good is a country if the people put trust into a government that doesn't follow the Constitution and Bill of Rights? All those brave and honorable soldiers that fought to uphold American values and character have been forsaken, or in vain, right? I used to scream at the top of my lungs at these people that I had no constitutional rights, and they have officially turned the Constitution into no less than toilet paper. I literally would scream that to these people in the late 90s. I'm like, you guys have totally shredded the Constitution. It just doesn't exist anymore. You did it to yourselves. Okay, 4.7. How have these technologies been used for the manipulation of the American voting system? How can they be used for staged false flag media events? Ooh, that's a big one. Whew, there's a lot in that. That's a mouthful. How can these technologies be used for blackmail, extortion, and discrediting? Even the U.S. Government Senate Intelligence Committee was being listened into during our conferences. Next question. Is it unfair to create humans' reality for them? Yes. Those that can walk a mile in everyone's shoes are called empathic or shapeshifters. They can adapt to any social situation. These weapon systems call into question absolutely everything, don't they? Why do the Russians and U.S. appear to be in a tacit conspiracy to keep this technology secret and in use? Hint, think about nuclear technology. Think about people's careers and agencies. Why doesn't one country look like the world's hero and divulge the technology and the jamming defenses for its citizens? What is tacit signaling in business jargon? Understand game theory, John Nash equilibriums, and the prisoner's dilemma. Legal issues. We must guard against unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial media complex. President and General Eisenhower. Intentional information poisoning of the mind is like a nerve gas that can't be detected. Television can be likened to a cultural pollution on the most part. It is a type of occupation, not of a country, but of the mind. It hobbles the mind in order for people not to be able to think independently or for themselves. Mind poisoning can also be likened to mass statistical murder, depending on its intention. These are relatively new kinds of crimes, at least old types of crimes using new technologies. Illegal surveillance, memory erasure, menticide, memory erasure / menticide. So that's the same thing. It's important to remember that term, menticide. It's a killing of belief and memory erasure, okay? So illegal surveillance, memory erasure / menticide Indirection, how a judicial system convicts the right body but wrong mind behind the crime. False confession, political manipulation, slavery, intellectual property theft, rape/torture, murder after the fact, conspiracy, subversion of justice, stalking, domestic psychoterrorism, cruel and unusual punishment, and the list goes on. This is a separate security apparatus that would not be looked upon as kindly as did President Reagan's Iran-Contra dealings. It allows the CIA to bypass laws preventing them from directly assassinating other leaders in other countries, for example, or even in our own country. Project Artichoke even suggests it. It allows them to bypass spying and wiretapping laws in the United States through indirection and creates their twisted legal rationalizations, cruel warping of power. See, this is the meat of the justice issue. Like this is exposing all of the things that these technologies call into question, right? Look what they're able to do. You know, they can spy on anything. The Electronic Surveillance Act has been interpreted very specifically rather than its intention. Not only can they spy, they can manipulate it all too. Okay. It specifically mentions that only electronic eavesdropping is illegal by government without court approval. The brain and its electrical circuits are not considered by DIA/CIA lawyers as electronic. In addition, active sensing radar or passive sensing technologies like deep infrared thermal imaging are often exceptions to this act. It will not be updated due to the influences of national security. Hence, corruption at the most trusted levels occurs. These so-called loopholes are taken advantage of. Even ion Doppler scatter sensing of neural activity, breathing and heartbeats, movement of organs, through-wall radar, or IR laser bounce from windows, is considered legal surveillance techniques by these organizations. Side notes, assassination loopholes and false flag operations. The Constitution says that civilians can be recruited during time of war. The U.S. is always at war. Mind-controlled, tortured, raped, and brainwashed. It clearly doesn't specify. What a grotesque illusion of a country we have become. Scam artists, liars, cheaters, and poor thinkers. We are the disease now. We are trained to think this way. We do not represent America honorably anymore. I am just artificial conscience of what they were supposed to be. Mankind is obsolete. That was a quote from a Department of Defense target who said this is what she heard. The people through neural telepathy said that I was property of the Department of Defense, sequestered to do false flag operations in the United States for helping mobilize the war on terrorism. I didn't obey and was further tortured accordingly. Wow. To honor those good Americans who have fallen while trying to bring truth, justice, and liberty, we must remember that those safeguards to protect liberty may ultimately be the ones that take it away. Many of our friends have been tortured, betrayed, and killed by the very government they worked for, and for whose country values they believed in. This book is dedicated to one of many fallen American heroes, Darren Smith, a Coast Guard rescue swimmer whom us, the writers, met in Washington, D.C. while protesting and giving testimony to the representatives and congressmen during George Bush's reign of power with little results of justice. Though these 60-plus-year-old technologies, which appear like magic or science fiction to the majority of the population, have caused a discontinuity in social justice and government checks and balances. In this section, we are analyzing a small fraction of them. A value that modern Western civilization has enforced is intellectual property. It is a difficult concept to define since we all stand on the shoulders of mental giants of the past to be where we are in our understanding today. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to start yawning. I'm sorry. In order to alter the natural order, ideas are stolen and piped into other individual minds in a technology transfer. The entire idea of patents and intellectual property is nullified by the few that control this neural weapons technology. It all becomes relevant. Think about a future race. We're all connected, where we are all connected at the speed of light into one global brain project or cybernetic hive mind. It is happening. Where do intellectual property and the reward system for individual achievement come into play? Obviously, the right to privacy and a legal search and seizure has been forsaken in our country's values. The slow progression towards fascism plagues every civilization, and America reached it in record time. Privacy is simply a lie based on these technologies discussed in this book. Mental rape or mental vivisection is as close of a description as can be described by remote viewing and influence. Why can't citizens legally look at certain spectrums with scanners? Scanners are purposefully designed so that they are not allowed to look at various spectrums by the citizens, even if those frequency spectrums are hurting them. All frequencies resonate with something, and if those frequencies are being used to harm the citizens, why can we not look at them without breaking the law to gather evidence? Discussion question. How could a government come clean from doing these crimes to their citizens? Could they say they just suddenly invented these technologies? Perhaps aliens stopped visiting Earth. Or they found a cure to some kinds of schizophrenia. What cover stories might work for the masses in order for them to trust their government again, using a lie? Yeah, the aliens did it. George Bush's legal team has been accused for the sloppiest legal reasoning ever by a White House regime. Dick Cheney and other partially aware members like Donald Rumsfeld used this sloppy legal reasoning to overthrow American values and its character. The Geneva Conventions and many other international treaties were laid to rest during the last 16 years. I wonder why you said 16 years. The Geneva Conventions, what year? This was 2010. He published this. So back to 10, back 6, 94. 93, see, I think it started. Well, I can't make that claim, I don't know. Why would any other country obey them if the U.S. will not interpret the value of no torture doctrines, putting our soldiers further at risk? When U.S. citizens get tortured, it falls under the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. That, too, was nullified quickly with cruel and unusual punishment. No-touch torture by non-lethal weapons is far worse than just being nuked or murdered quickly. We have inalienable rights, right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The depression, signal to death, and brain scrambling are illegal in our country, but done anyway. He says brain scram. I used to call it scrambled eggs. My brain is like scrambled eggs right now. I can't think. The CIA studies in its behavioral psychology division and researches how to incite wars for the divide and conquer strategy. This even occurs in the U.S. subcultures of non-dominant religions and sub-races. Oh, excuse me. These techniques were used to discredit both the civil rights and women's movements in history. Unfortunately, these crimes are difficult to prove and forgiven when done by trusted leaders. Side note number 225, interviews with false flag operation Manchurians. Candidate. Quote, even though I have never had a prejudiced thought in my head my entire life, I was behaviorally modified through their head games to hate Chinese women, unquote. Another, quote, quote, I am convinced that the Jews are behind my torture, end quote. Another, the Christians are behind my harassment, end quote. Another, quote, it is the Iranians that are doing this to me, end quote. Another, quote, they said that they were Russian and are They said that they were Russian and are tasked to torture me because they want world domination and they overthrew my country's government, end quote. These are known as induction of hate crimes by the federal conspiracy. They are useful in world domination strategies of wars of attrition. Empires gain their strength through shared military and taxation bases. Every safeguard that the real Americans and thinkers tried to create, the CIA and DOD overturned in their legal ranks to justify these loopholes. No-touch torture is a new concept. The legal idea is that it is not torture if the physical body isn't touched, and hence it isn't technically torture. Microwave weapons can cause the intense sensation of burning without burning the flesh, for example. But with cerebral cloning, the peripheral nerves are bypassed altogether, inserting the perception of pain and torture directly into the mind. This legal argument is, of course, flawed, like many DOD CIA legal arguments. Could you imagine them arguing this, debating this, making it into legalese? They are insane. It would be the equivalent to say that if they were implanted electrodes in the skull and used very small amounts of electricity to alter brain activity, that it would not be torture. Just because the signal is wireless, it still acts as a bypass from the efferent nerves into the brainstem and cerebral cortex of brain signals, making the sentient creature feel pain and suffering. Torture is a state of mind that perceives it no matter how it is administered nor short-circuited via so-called no-touch torture technologies. Isn't that amazing what they will say and do and write to dumb or to kill their own consciences then? The DOD/CIA use similar arguments with psychological torture, such as if we have a pre-recorded tape or a computer speech program threaten the person with death. Our people never actually said those things, and hence they aren't breaking the law, as it is written with enhanced interrogation and torture techniques. These are obviously flawed reasoning and overt tactics to bypass rules of law. Is this just subconscious sabotage of their own country for furthering their own careers and relevance, or is it gross incompetence that has led to this dishonorable and disgraceful behavior? I think they've killed their own consciences doing this, or they didn't have one to begin with. You know, they just don't have one. You know, these are warmongers. These are lovers of war. They go to college to learn war. And the United Nations, on the outside of their building, they took a scripture out of a passage out of the book of Isaiah that talks about beating their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning shears, that they will learn war no more. That's the UN's motto, one of them, okay? And here they are, the United States practically founded the United Nations. And they have the College of War, so they certainly aren't the fulfillers of that scripture, are they? If you have been tortured, you realize there are things far worse than death. That is from an U.S. MKUltra project. It is often reported by victims of torture and brainwashing that the agents impersonate the FBI and high-ranking officers in every branch of government, including presidents, in their voices. How is this possibly legal? Why isn't the American public told about this? The CIA and Blackwater used the legal argument that we outsource torture and the people doing it are not part of our agency. Has our legal reasoning and morals become so flexible and irrelevant to our country? We are not torturing people. A computer is. We do not say we will kill their families. We have a recording to do it, said by the morally flexible. We are not spying on the American people electronically. We are just actively and passively sensing their ion gradients. This technically doesn't violate the Electronic Eavesdropping Act. We are not murdering people. They are killing themselves by our influence. By the DoD's admissions of self-manipulative murder is not murder. These rationalizations are what destroyed anything fundamentally unique about our country. As if we needed to make the entangled legal justice system more complex. For the simply twisted minds, we need to define murder as a gradient of years lost rather than a binary black and white system. They currently use murder after the fact, such as poisoning someone, in the laws that don't describe the time till death. They use something like 48 hours after the incident to describe murder after the fact. This is absurd. Slow torture and information poisoning of the cellular transmission is most certainly murder or worse. Simulated rape is different than physical rape because the intention is different and less dangerous in terms of pregnancy and communicable diseases, is another justification by the CIA/DoD. Okay. Yes, all of our officers swore to uphold the Constitution, but as long as we outsourced our crimes, we are not responsible. We can't stop the CIA unless the President has declared them as a domestic enemy. This is not a federal conspiracy. We are organized by secrecy for national security. The rationalizations are endless in the immoral construct. American citizens use the false rationalization, quote, they wouldn't have tortured you if you didn't do anything wrong, end quote. Oops, not yet. Okay, the only torture terrorists are from foreign countries, end quote. The Jews in Nazi Germany used similar rationalizations as they were being taken away, family by family. All the military branches have laws against experimenting on pregnant women and prisoners. Why were these laws even necessary? Now, who do you think they target? The Mind Hacking Strategy Group has found many targets of human experimentation in prisons who are pregnant. No one can enforce these laws since the checks and balances themselves are corrupt. Remote control soldiers are a type of slavery. Even people of other sovereign countries are held hostage against the worldwide international treaties. How could this behavior be justified by United States intelligence offices? Unfortunately, TV shows like CSI or other forensic FBI shows give the public a false sense of competency in the agencies. Forensics used by law enforcement only look for physical evidence to link an individual to a crime. Electromagnetics are not considered physical, despite Einstein's equation of E equals mc squared. They have neither expertise nor directive to look at radio frequency influence, nor hypnotically program people, nor another government agency setting up crimes to dispose of the target. The FBI has falsely claimed to have solved many murders since they only go so far as to finding a person and not the criminal minds in another branch of government behind the programming of some people. Maybe someday the directors will teach these brainwashing and programming techniques to their subordinates so that they can really solve these crimes. Until then, the FBI and local authorities are often used as pawns to dispose of the project after they have completed their mission. This, of course, is a false sense of justice. Remember witch trials and pointing the finger at African Americans for misdirection of false justice for public perceptions were commonly used in America's history. Are there secret unconstitutional laws which help rationalize torture and murder of U.S. citizens using these silent weapons? Currently, the 1991 Federal Policy for the Protection of Human Subjects is the binding regulation on human subject research for 17 federal agencies, including the military and the intelligence agencies. Although it outlines the guidelines for informed consent, it also states, unless otherwise required by law, department or agency heads may waive the applicability of some or all of the provisions of this policy, end quote. In other words, a person participating in an experiment must be informed and give his consent unless a high-level government official doesn't think it is necessary. Not surprisingly, this authority doesn't stop with the heads of agencies and departments. The President also has the power to waive or modify these provisions through a presidential directive, which he can issue at any time, refuse to make public, or do without any person's or body's approval. Therefore, a federal statute that secures the right of informed consent for anyone subjected to classified human experimentation is passed by the legislature and signed into law by the President. The U.S. government has the power to carry out research projects without his consent and without informing the participants of the dangers or future complications. There are many other protection laws, but it is unclear to what the policy applies. How the Constitution doesn't apply is baffling to most competent legal advisors. The United States Department of Human and Health Services, HHS, has been implicated in Cold War-era human experimentation on U.S. citizens for weapons development. Section 46.101 states consent, but enforcing such policy and laws is impossible. Quote, we have identified hundreds of radiological, chemical, and biological tests and experiments in which hundreds of thousands of people were used as test subjects. These tests and experiments were conducted to support weapon development programs. End quote. Some agencies of the federal government sponsor research involving human subjects, but these agencies have not adopted the common rule as provided for in Part 46 of Title 45 Code of Federal Regulations. Private individuals or institutions that do not receive any federal funding or that are not seeking the approval of the Food and Drug Administration for a drug or device and that sponsor research involving human subjects do not need to abide by the requirements of Part 46 of Title 45 of Code of Federal Regulations. Even the New York Times published an article, Republicans See Signs That the Pentagon is Evading Oversight, in September 29, 2005. The Honorable Navy has been behind many horrific crimes against enlisted men. The Undersecretary of the Navy is the approval authority for research involving A, severe or unusual intrusions, either physical or psychological, on human subjects, such as consciousness-altering drugs or mind control techniques against enlisted men. Okay. Weird. The Navy has been behind many horrific crimes against enlisted men. Okay, he doesn't have another... Well, I guess we'll get to costs and benefits. That's what we'll do. We'll stop there. Okay. Side note. Interview with an American citizen torture victim. Question, quote, did you try to sue the U.S. government for murder after the fact and torture or many other crimes committed against you, end quote? Interviewee, I would rather have been accused of being a witch. At least the so-called witches got to hear their accusers and accusations during their kangaroo court trial, then sentenced to being tortured and burned at the stake. How far the U.S. has slipped backwards into meaningless values can be exemplified by the fact that hundreds, if not thousands, of U.S. citizens get tortured in this manner without any media attention or due process. I am very disappointed, embarrassed, and disgraced by what I know now. Yes, of course, I tried to join lawsuits, but what you quickly find out is that the federal government can't be sued unless Congress agrees to it. They are even capped for damages at $100,000 for killing, raping, and torturing anyone, assuming you can approve it. Executive privilege and national security protects their confessions, documents, and secrets. They have perfected leaving no trace in their murders, human experimentation, and brainwashing methods. It is so pathetic that people give their lives as soldiers for something they will eventually figure out to be empty, just propaganda and lies. Our country's values, Bill of Rights, and Constitution are empty these days. Presidents are not formed or silenced if they dare tell the public how this all works. The American people would be horrified, to see how their tax dollars, I'm so sorry, gosh, I'm not even really that tired. It's because I had a sip of a seltzer. The American people would be horrified to see how their tax dollars in the black budget are really being spent killing their children. There will be no justice in my lifetime. I imagine if this era of torture is ever uncovered in the future, some president will apologize for these acts while turning a blind eye to the same types of atrocities committed during their stint, which has been patterned for the past. Each generation is duped in the same way. The question then arises, what evidence might work in current dysfunctional justice system besides the testimony of hundreds of people? The expense to prove these atrocities is enormous in terms of equipment, expert testimony, and time. The educational background in many fields of science must be high, and one wouldn't be able to find a judge or jury with these qualifications. The expertise is extremely rare, and many would fear for their lives if they testified against the government. Just like with any criminal, the history of the United States government human experimentation to develop weapons needs to be thoroughly explored. This is their rap sheet from syphilis induction into African Americans, to watch the progression of the disease, to dosing citizens with the LSD, to radiation being fed to Down syndrome children, and others like veterans who have recently sued over mind control. These patterns set the stage. Testimony and hearsay are admissible, but when it comes to government atrocities, especially about these weapons, the witnesses are too easy to discredit. One must remember that these are mastermind criminals who have gotten away with murder and torture for many decades. Circumstantial evidence is important for those seeking to prove these crimes by the government. Records are shredded or classified top secret, so these won't be available. Patterns of attack methods and scripts used to provide circumstantial evidence. This is how serial killers are tracked, too. Statistical methods are the best bet. Active jamming techniques show very high statistical correlations to real targets in double-blind studies. The problem here is that in the 70s, the U.S. government said these people are, quote, electrically sensitive, end quote, to blow them off, as if this is natural and not a concern to the general population. Really, tell me about it. Another difficulty these people will have in a U.S. court system is that it is too difficult to point the finger at a single agency or person. Who are they suing or convicting of crimes if many agencies are involved and the roles filled by different people span a large time frame? The next barrier to proving culpability is producing the weapon. The weapon system is very guarded and operates worldwide. How do you know that the signals are coming from U.S.-operated bases? This assumes that the people can prove the link of neurological changes and the signals, which require enormous expertise and equipment. Assuming that all these barriers were overcome, one must have a legal strategy. What is the goal? The justice system does not have the power to stop the intelligence community. They can't demand to enter the secret bases and shut down the grids, which are also used for missile defense systems. Oh my gosh. Without congressional approval, like the murder of Dr. Olson by the CIA, families and survivors are limited to $100,000 compensation. The best outcome is public awareness so that the people know the real values of their country better and can decide if it is worth fighting for. Wow, what a stretch of words, huh? We're going to stop there at page 301. The next heading is the cost and benefit. Wow, wow, wow. Well, that's good. We did good. I got 21 pages done. Woohoo! Okay. To page 301. Anybody like to add anything or anything strike you or reflect that you'd like to reflect on? A lot of powerful comments in these several pages that we've read here. It seems just so overwhelmingly daunting, doesn't it all, huh?
Yeah, especially the comment about their argument that this isn't torture. The legal, excuse me, their legal argument that this isn't torture. That, when you read that and then you commented on it, it hit me hard a little bit. I'd like to explore that. Like, they really believe this is not torture.
Yeah, they use justifications. They kill their own conscience, and they use legalese and say, well, it's no-touch torture. It's the computer doing it. It's not us. You know, they're going to be held so accountable for this. You know, it's absolute torture, and it's an abhorrent torture too. It's the worst thing that you can really ever describe to someone. How do you describe it? What do you say to people? You know, and I don't believe it's futile to try. Don't misunderstand me. I just don't know how you would describe it. You know. Oh, he did an excellent job in these sections, though, really going after the meat of the legality of it all. You know, these groups.
Yeah.
Their lack of consciousness. So, chapter 4, the politics, laws, and ethics of neurological weapons. You know, all the legal trickery, you know. Go ahead.
That was chapter 4 you just read?
Yeah. Mhm. Most of it. Yeah, it's really, really heavy. You know, it's putting into English what we're living, and how, you know, the Constitution of the United States has been shredded. I mean, one beep in your ear non-consensually is the shredding of the Constitution. You know, so they've done it to themselves, because ultimately, you know, you reap what you sow, and
you sure do.
They're going to reap what they've sown.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. That's what I say. I say tick-tock. The nail has already been rung. Just a matter of time.
That's for sure.
How dare they smile and enjoy their lives? How dare they?
Oh, I know. Oh, no. It's so true.
Hey, Lily, any idea?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to ask her, any idea when Dr. Duncan think his new book will be out? Next year or end of the year?
We've discussed that we have to get through this round of reading so that I have a really good grasp of what's going on in order to edit and work on it all.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
I'm going through the chat right now. Sorry. Oh, 2006. Is she still in here? Oh, we got 35 people. So anyway, welcome to the call, everybody. If you're just coming in,
this is something everybody should have heard.
yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's so weird that we have to try to put it all together ourselves, but boy, does it help with all this information, you know? Like he's articulating what all the things that always called up into my mind all these years, you know, like it just calls into question every moral thing. I mean, and if you really look at it, it's for certain that there's a group that's controlling it all, and it's not the world's elected governments. Mm-hmm. You know.
Yep. Yeah, they're attacking them now.
So what? Would anybody like to talk? Oh, Walter's on the call. Hi, Walter. I hope you're doing well. I haven't heard from Walter in a while.
Hi, Lily.
Hi. Oh, hi, Ada. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. I missed hearing from you. I wondered how you're doing.
I'm doing okay. Just been, busy with school and stuff. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's your kids? How are your kids?
They're doing good. They're doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice to hear you read. I have a hard time understanding some of it, but it's good to know these things anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so hard to wrap your minds around the fact that there's a group of people with a super hyper intelligent computer system, and they want to make your life miserable, on purpose. Just like they're doing this on purpose. It's just so hard to believe. Life is it's so hard enough. Life is hard enough.
Yeah, it's even harder convincing others that that's what's being done to us so we can get help.
Exactly.
That's the other thing. Like, how do you articulate what we experience from our perspective to make them understand that it's torture. We have to find the words big enough to describe this, and strong enough for them to understand. And we can't even bring it up, because I believe there's programmed opposition. There's a signal that's all ready to go. The minute anybody brings it up, there's a knee-jerk reaction of a signal put into people somehow.
That's right.
That it has to be programmed into opposition. Because the reaction of people is just way off the charts of them in the realm of preposterous in their minds. The way they react, it's just ridiculous. It goes nowhere.
Yeah. Even in family, you're right. I mean, it goes nowhere. It literally, like you said, it's a signal that there's a defiance immediately. And I noticed the strength of it, like you said, and even, to someone that loves you and you in confidence is sharing, it still beats that, almost, and that kind of hurts as well, I mean, I can understand strangers, but, you got people that care about you and you care about them, and I know it's insane when you just discuss this kind of stuff, but
I think, you know what I think? I think that because they're not targets, but they are monitored and manipulated, that they have their own scrambled version of scrambled eggs in their brains. They just don't realize it, Because remember, if people are manipulated to say things back to me at times, like through synthetic telepathy, that triggers me, that uses words to trigger, then, that's naturally thinking they must be a perpetrator, which they're not. Then that means they're uploaded, right? They're connected too. They're just not tortured. See, you don't have to be tortured to be connected to this computer system. You don't have to be tortured to be heterodyned either, which is the scrambled eggs in your brain, why your brain's all scrambled. So they're suffering, and they're tired, and they don't know why. I believe that. And they also get signal hit with signals to interpret or understand information with somewhat offensively or defensively. And I think that's where these antagonistic flavors in some of the conversations I've had in the past come from. They seem like they're aggressive towards me for nothing. And that tells me that they are being manipulated too. So they're not going to receive the information the way we understand it.
They are passively targeted. We're aggressively targeted.
There you go. Yeah, they are using us. They are using us for whatever it is they want to use us for, and then everybody else is either controlled or manipulated or influenced in a different way without the torture. So they're not going to be receptive, I think. Obviously. I mean, look at this book. I mean, this book, everybody around the world should understand what it's saying. And I'm pretty sure that. Go ahead.
We can't even get other targets to believe that there aren't 50 people, living around them that are after them, that are being paid in gift cards to torture them. So we can't even get our own community on the same page.
Right. Well, this is the hard part. The hard part is understanding that, let's just say, for sake of argument, somebody's paid a $50 gift card to walk up to you and, touch your shoulder, hand you a deck of cards, or, say something offensive. Whatever it is that they do that's absolutely bizarre. Okay, or makes you go, what was that? let's just say that they're paid a $50 card. Those people have no idea that you are being tortured by these weapons.
They are there to reinforce your beliefs.
Exactly. Very good. That's right. It's a good way to put it. So they are reinforcing the idea that you are being stalked, but they have no clue you are being involved in one of these torture programs. And the military, the boots on the ground, don't even know. So it all is painted in your mind like a painting to make you believe in the landscape or the painting they're trying to show you. They're trying to make you believe it's because this point meets this point meets this point meets this point, and they're all this correlation of information to connect it all to say, oh, that's what this is, and then you can also get into the existential from there, and then you're, like it said in the book, like the Jews are blaming the Christians or whatever he said, or I'm, such and such people are doing this to me, the Iranians or whatever he said. Then all of a sudden, because it's only natural to absolutely get tortured into who's doing this and why, who is responsible. That is our natural knee-jerk reaction, of course.
Exactly.
That's why we get traumatized. That's why we get traumatized. Exactly. And it's hoping you'll look for answers. That's what it wants. So it's learning how you learn. It's trying to think how you think.
We don't know if these people know or not, really. We don't know what they know. But we do know, well, I do, that they can't possibly be controlling HAARP or, or the ionosphere or these military weapons. They have no control over that.
No. The Joint Chiefs of Staff. The Joint Chiefs of Staff. Hi, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You speak first, and then I'll speak.
No, I was just thinking about how accountable the Joint Chiefs of Staff should be. They all know about this. That's for sure. They've got to. So go ahead, please talk.
Oh, wonderful, thank you. First, I want to say there's a lot of static on the line. I wonder if somebody has their line open and they've got, wind blowing in their microphone.
Oh, I'm not sure.
It kind of sounds like someone's in traffic, but it's constant, so it's more like a steady static.
Okay, star 6, please, if your line is open. And you're not talking.
Yeah, I'm just afraid if I do talk, you're not going to hear me if I'm hearing this.
I'm hearing you good. You're pretty clear right now, so go ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's try it. Several things have come to my mind based on some of the reading I've done recently on a different issue, but some of the ways that they're handling it may be how we can apply what they're learning to what we may need to do in the future. It has to do with the radiation that's coming off of wireless technologies, and the court case that right now is in the court where the judge actually has asked the FCC to produce more data on their research. How do they know that the radiation doesn't have all the effects on people? Because the only thing that they reported was from back in like 1986, I think, the study that was the thermal effect, and that was with the cell phone at least an inch from a plastic bowl, a bowling ball size 12-pound, very large man's head. They weren't taking into effect all of the other things. Well, anyway, I'm going to cut this down to, I'm going to get to the base of it, which is the person who is defending this issue, prosecuting, the defendants would be the FCC. So she has stated that she's part of the team with a lot of scientists and everyone else, that they have all their ducks in a row, they know all this stuff from years and years of research, has concluded that radiation should be treated like any other toxic substance. It's hazardous to human health and environmental health. And that the only way to deal with this in the courts, because they don't have the expertise, they don't have the science background and the knowledge, is to be able to explain it to them, which means a whole team of experts. But it also may mean a whole new agency, because our government, unlike the governments around the rest of the world, Belgium and some other places, Israel and so on, we don't have a department that handles these health hazards and environmental effects when it comes to our own government or large companies doing it to us, that type of thing that you really have to fight and do a lot of years and years and years of battling in the courts. So my thought here is that similarly, I don't think we're going to get any resolution for our issues in the courts the way that the courts operate now. We may have to have a special court just for these types of experimental or torture issues being done to the American citizens, and see if we can't make some headway there. But that's changing our court system. They're not going to want to do that. They don't like change. But I don't see any other way around it.
Right.
I really don't see any other way around it.
This is the thing, I think. I think you're right. However, I will say this. I think that if we could really, let's say we found the right words, and we were able to articulate exactly, because so many in the TI community are so bright and are so good at describing this, right? So let's say we did find the right words, and we did find the right narrative, and we did find the right way to communicate to those that matter in whatever form that is, whether I think it's going to be our fellow citizens, for them, the collective awareness of our fellow citizens, global citizens even, to understand that there is a section of humanity that is being tortured by this rogue element, whatever you want to call it, okay? If we got that across to them, it would naturally go into its own sphere. It would be its own sphere of something other, because it's such a precedent in humanity. If the understanding was really there about what they're doing, this is a paradigm shift of precedent, right? This would be its own something. This is unheard of. The church, this pales the Nurembergs. This makes the Nurembergs and the church hearings. This throws all of that out. This is the worst atrocity in human history, period. If we got that message across to people, it wouldn't be just their own hearings. This would be its own formed court. This would be its own uniquely formed hearings. This would be something unheard of, and heads would roll in the streets. I'm convinced of that. Will they let that happen? Are they going to prevent us? I don't know. It's going to take, I think, either an act of God or his direct intervention somehow to make it so that we are heard, that the governments in a conglomerate form are doing what they are doing to its citizens. I don't know. The only change that can happen has to come from the people or God, because that's all we have right at this point. Because anybody in an authority in any agency is going to have not only the weapon systems to manipulate them, but it's going to have the bureaucracy of the agency for which they work. So this is going to be one for the people, I believe. I'm coming to that realization. and it's going to take the power of the citizen mind to change the agencies that are in control, and to put pressure on their political groups, because this is the greatest, it's the greatest atrocity ever, what they're doing to us.
See,
so,
they know this. They know this. This is why they have law teams, okay? They have think tanks. They have ethics committees within themselves. James Giordano is on the ethics committee of NIH, John Hopkins, where else? NHHS. James Giordano. He is the ethics committee. They've figured out already what could possibly go wrong, what could happen, and they've secured themselves.
Mm-hmm. Oh, exactly. You're right. So that's why I'm saying we aren't going to be able to count on those agencies,
No.
And sadly, the citizen groups are not going to be able to depend on those agencies either. And we would have to make that known. That we would have to literally find people from outside agencies in citizen groups to, meaning we'd have to find, like he mentioned, for any court, anything, the specialists, and he's saying the specialists are rare. So, we'd have to draw off the resources of people. And here's the interesting thing, is if you've ever listened to any of the scientists from Silicon Valley on any of the YouTube channels, those guys, like I mentioned earlier, I found one of the scientists, I'm going to pull him up on my Facebook page, hold on, who are all gung-ho about AI, and the comments that he made in his video I just watched today were really shocking, because he talks about how true artificial intelligence will change everything. And his name is Jürgen Schmidhuber. It's probably Schmidhuber. And he was giving a TED Talk in Lake Como, Italy. And he works he has his own AI development companies that are profound. He's called the father of AI. So I'm going to go dig up this. I'm going to go copy this and somehow get it into, I hate going on the internet when I have the app open for a free conference, but I'm going to try. My poor little computer goes, But I want to go dig this video up for you so you can see. I want you to get the flavor of the fervor of this guy, so you understand that these people invest the future of humanity in AI. That's how they think. Well, obviously, they want to attach anything like that has any kind of unsolved problems or mysteries or algorithms, machine learning, all of it. Where do humans come from? How does the mind work? How do we solve problems? This man talks about he understood AI profoundly. He gave his first paper, was written in 1987. He's called the father of artificial intelligence. He is describing what AI is going to do for humanity, and that he recognized that he wasn't that intelligent, and he needed to invent an artificial intelligence smarter than he is, so he can help solve the problems of humanity. Okay? So this is why we're tortured, and this is why I'm saying this, because we are tortured because they are trying to teach this hyper-intelligent computer system how to rule the world on a neuronal level. They believe this. Okay? I don't know if that came across, but that is what this has to be. That's why they're called neurological weapon systems of control. If you want to understand the thinking behind AI that it's connected to, is what you need to be educated in, and then you'll see. And I just put the YouTube video of this guy is in the chat right now. I just put it in there, so you can understand. You know what he said? He actually said that they can teach. First of all of the majors. And this talk I think was in 2017. He talks about Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, and one more. What is it? I'm missing one. Microsoft. That they are all run on AI. Okay? They are the wealthiest of the wealthy. I mean, Apple back in 2017, he had valued at like $800 billion, which means, it's up close to $1 trillion now. I don't know. But if you listen, I want you to hear their philosophy that all of the crumbling, the system of things, right? This entire global system of things is crumbling. And these guys are thinking AI is going to save the day in all things. It's going to control the financial markets, which it already does, the legal systems, because it's a hyper-intelligent computer system that is going to be smarter than humans, that can quantum computing, solve all mankind's problems. So it's turning it into like this God viewpoint, okay? So it's profound. And most of us are like, what? Oh, AI, that's robots and computers for geeks and stuff, Who knows what I used to think about all of it, and I've been living on the receiving end of the torture to program this crap. They use our bodies and our minds as resources to teach it because they can do it remotely, and they have live action, real life humans of every demographic that it can learn from. And this is a big part of it. And at the same time, they want to change humanity and religion. At the same time, they want to cause war so they can stop the wars eventually, okay? So they have all these other agendas. There's many, 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 many embedded agendas within the technology. They want to make money. They want to, how the heck is AI machine learning so advanced for all of those big corporations when in another TED Talk I heard the same Silicon Valley types of guys say, we just don't know how we're going to be able to program AI, machine learning, to teach AI. We don't know how we're going to do that. And here they're doing it remotely. This other group is doing it remotely from your mind because, see, we're like real life. We're living real life. So they're using us in our real life applications. We're not in a lab sitting there pretending we're not in a simulated life. We're in real life. So it's able to, how best teach, artificial intelligence how to drive a car than from learning from a person who's actually driving the real car. That's how they're teaching it. See, they know they can't do it any other way. And, I think this is a big, big, big component to all of this, what's driving them. And, and they're tearing and desolating and shredding and causing chaos globally so they can swoop in, like he said, the revealing of these weapon systems at some point that the technology exists, which is why they've had Elon Musk introduce the concept of Neuralink. They don't need Neuralink to tap into a person's brain. They just need your DNA resonance. You are made, you have electricity running through your veins that keeps you alive. The old term to describe that is spirit. You have energy which keeps your body alive. Your soul is alive because of spirit. And they've been able to tap into that. And they tap into that, and that's how they communicate with your body. You resonate emotion. Your emotion produces signals, your own signals, so to speak. And they can record them. And then they can play them back, your own emotion. It can suck the emotion right out of you. Okay? So they can manipulate the whole soul, thinking and feeling. and they want to socially engineer the type of world they want, whatever that agenda is, whatever that's going to look like. And sadly, most people are under its influence, not just us, and they just don't know it. Not to mention all the influence they have from their own just real life stories in the news and of the story of their own lives that they deal with every day, and then the fiction that's on TV, whether it's media or entertainment. So in many ways, you're ahead of the curve, but it's very disheartening because we all have heterodyning going on, which makes us all our thinking all confused, scrambled eggs, most of the time. So it makes it really hard. And the other side effect that's the worst to this is the energy levels. My energy is like wanes throughout the day. I literally have to just sit down. It's almost like I nap sitting up half the time because I'm trying to get work done, but I'm exhausted. Anyway, deep breath. So I think that the only people that we're going to be able to really reach out to are the citizens, the non-agency, the citizens who are not attached to any agency or political anything. If we do make progress in that group, So anyway,
the V's don't even want to listen to the non-V's.
What's the V? The V?
The V's.
I'm tired. The V's.
They don't want it. They don't even want to listen to the non-V's. What the
Are
pandemic?
you saying B? The pandemic.
V.
Are you saying B like a bumblebee or a
no,
V like a
VAX or VACC?
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you think about the Holocaust, you're right, because that was the first thing that a Holocaust survivor just said when they started to demonize the Jews is actually the beginning of the downfall. So they're demonizing the people who are deciding, for their own health or other reasons not to get the vaccine. And our society, you can see it happening. People are, just not treating people well, and they're thinking badly of people because they don't get the vaccine. They're making it a crime.
Yeah.
Yeah. More division.
But it shows you how easy it is to be influenced, which lends itself to the idea of how much we need the right information from the right people and the right kinds of leadership. And there are no leaders there are no humans that are capable of leading us. That's the conclusion I've reached. That humans cannot rule each other successfully. And I feel like all the governments that have risen and fallen are proof of that. Because if ever there were a government that solved humans' problems, it would still be standing. And you have seen the greatest experiment in government ever are right now, the Anglo-American Empire, okay, and then also the United Nations, which were simultaneously ruling the UN since 1945, and prior to that it was the Anglo-American, it is been the Anglo-American empire of 600 to 800 years ballpark, maybe not that long, more like 700, 600. And anyway, the point is that since the 1500s, when did England really take hold as an empire? Probably in the 13th century, So they started to build and build and build. So since that time, here you have the greatest experiment in history of government was the democracy. I mean, you saw it in Greece, you saw it somewhat, with their Senate and so on and so forth. But you really have seen it in America. And look at what they have done. They have resorted instead through influence, whether it's through the United Nations, the power of the UN, in the back doors of, discussions and diplomacy of these agencies, these intelligence agencies, right? Discussing all of this to look what they've decided to do. So it wasn't enough for them that the democracy, the experiment of democracy in America, they have instead raised it to the ground in a way, because they have resorted to force, and they have resorted to commandeering or taking captive a soul to see if they can rule them by influence or by control, electronically, remotely, and instead of their great experiment. So they will have done this to themselves. However, this sugars off, into a global technocracy where all the conglomerate nations all get to have a voice, but whatever it is that they're looking for their agenda, it'll be interesting to see how this sugars off, because what they've managed to do is no less than remarkable in its application. To be able to construct something like this, and it's almost like everything we see in government that is, it's obviously functioning overtly, is all a deception, because covertly there's this group of people that are connected, that are controlling the algorithms or programming these algorithms on how to cybernetically steer the direction of all social groups. So it calls into question everything and anything that's ever been done in this country for the past 60 years anyway. That's for sure, because they've influenced it all. And it has a rippling effect. We all know this. How many times have we heard what you say and do affects other people? So if that's the case, no wonder the world has grown colder. No wonder, less and less people care. No wonder the luster of life and all the things that make life so special seem dull because of this technology. I believe that. I believe that's why 20-somethings have no energy, because of this technology too. Even they don't have to be a target. And it's not just an energy thing. It's a dulling of their perception. They're like, ugh, they just seem so tired mentally. And scattered.
Before I forget, it's kind of changing the subject, but I watched an interview with Nils Melzer. That's a man of integrity and values. I was blown away by this guy. Okay.
Oh, okay. Good, in a good way.
Really? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people, they hear the UN, they're like, but he's not paid by the UN. I mean, he's just like a volunteer kind of, or a nominee to do, and he's doing his job. I mean, this guy is great. And he's a pianist, a wonderful pianist. He really, we really should give him a chance. And I'll tell you, once I watched the interview, I wanted to write to him immediately, where I didn't have that gumption before. I just did, okay, we have to, put in our, what were they asking for last October? He was asking for how, remember that questionnaire that was sent around for us to fill out?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, if anybody wants to see it, it's the name of the show is On the Fly. On the Fly. And he's being interviewed. I think there were about 3 interviews. Really something. I mean, we may have a chance with this guy.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. It just seems so overwhelming. You know.
If he wants to, take a chance on us, we really have to take a chance on him as well. I just think he's worth putting our energy into.
I think people have tried. How do you reach somebody like that and say, hey,
Well, he knows about us, and he had brought it up to the Secretary of State that the United States was torturing their own people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course the United States, quickly denied it.
Yeah.
I just listen. I get it. I mean, I told my brother about this, and and he said, "Oh, I just don't think the United States could ever be so mean." I'm like, oh,
Well, that's because we were taught that from very young ages, how wonderful our country is and how we're so much better than everybody else, as if we're the only people that have freedom, or a constitution. It's and we're not, it's a deception because we're out in the ocean, our continent, where in Europe, the countries are all connected by borders. It's like our states, so they know what's going on in the other countries. Mm-hmm. We only know what they want us to know. We have Mexico and Canada. Those are our borders.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I have met a few Vermonters that you think we live in another country. Like what? I've also lived in the deep South, and I know there's some folks down there. That's like another country too. So, I think some states are like little countries. It's true. You're funny. And I apologize because I'm having allergy problems the past 2 days. My histamine levels must be up. I'm going to take some Benadryl. Oh, boy. So anybody, please, if you want to talk, please do. Tell me how they're hurting you or how you're coping or anything. You don't have to use your name.
Good night, everybody. I have to go to work tomorrow.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you were here tonight, Polly.
So was I. Thank you all. Bye.
Bye, honey. I'll be back. I'm going to take a break, and you guys carry on. Anybody who'd like to talk, please do.
Has anyone ever been on the Global Research website? It's very good. It's very informative. The website is globalresearch.ca.
Can you explain a little bit more about what the information is on it?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a minute. One of them is electromagnetic and informational weapons, the remote manipulation of the human brain, psychotronic and electromagnetic weapons on the human nervous system. Let's see.
Well, what do they offer on the site? Is it mostly a definition of the items, or are they doing research?
Yeah, it's mostly definitions.
Yeah, I think I have them on that site. That's what I recall. It was mostly definitions. I did want to share the one more site that people might want to go to. The piece that I was talking about is called environmentalhealthtrust.org. Their abbreviation is EH as in Edward Harry Trust, TRUST.org. And the title of this wonderful, wonderful article with a phenomenal video with a woman named Dr. Deborah Davis. I don't know if you've ever seen anything by her.
Oh, she is fantastic. She's been around for 12, 15 years. She is just incredible.
I agree.
How many experts have there been?
Yeah, the name of the article is a good one. It's EHT, that stands for Environmental Health Trust, EHT, wins in historic decisions. Federal court orders FCC to explain why it's ignored scientific evidence showing harm from wireless radiation. Phenomenal. The video is all the way towards the bottom. Very, very excellent video. That I got a tremendous amount of information from her. She explains how far off the FCC was and the issues that they were not addressing, each and every one by one. Fantastic. And she's the one who mentioned the idea that we're going to need some kind of special agency that just deals with these kinds of wireless health hazard issues, some kind of a toxicology and environmental laws we'll need to create.
That would be a solution. Yeah. That is a good idea.
Yeah, and I really see there's quite a parallel here between what we're dealing with and what they're dealing with, because this technology is running on wireless stuff. It's all being done remotely, wirelessly. The electronic frequencies, the microwaves, the radiation, and non-ionizing radiation. The cell phones, cell towers, antennas, 5G, that's a big one, and smart meters. So it kind of gets us a little bit of a foothold and a little bit step up, so that if we can get experts in this kind of a court, they may very easily transition to taking on weapons usage, because these technologies are being weaponized. So we might have it's sort of like kind of piggyback on it somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can certainly see how and why. think I'm pretty correct in stating that there's been no study of these technologies on the human health. And you can see why. Because if they had, they would have prevented them. And if they would have prevented them, then they wouldn't have allowed for the weapons development to take place. So,
I think we are the studies. Aren't we the studies?
Not of the health, no, not of the side effects to humans' health to these technologies. No.
Yeah.
They buried that quickly. And they've been pushed to flourish for two reasons. Number one, money, or well, I should say number one, the weapons development. Number two, money. And everybody they just didn't allow for. How does even 3G progress without any studies being done? How does 4G progress without any studies being done on human health? None. By these companies. How is that possible? Think about that.
Well, that's what that woman was just saying. They
exactly.
stopped at 2G. That was their last study, and they hold on to those guidelines.
Yeah. So she's right. And they buried it, or didn't. They got. Of course, somebody did some study somewhere and buried it, and then they didn't let it progress. Those
Their allegiance is to their shareholders, and that's it.
Well, yeah, and then to these groups too.
Yeah, and the FCC we know is a bought agency, right? These guys, they work for telecom, and then telecom pays them like millions of dollars in bonuses should they get a job running the FCC or being in the high position of leadership within the FCC. And that's how everything stays secret. None of the information that should be going to the public about damaging our health is, that's all being kept quiet because the FCC is actually telecom. They're telecommunications leaders. And that's been going on for years.
And every agency and corporation are connected that way. The CDC, the FDA, they're all connected. It's all the revolving
WHO.
door.
And the WHO, too. Don't forget them. That's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
And, hold on. I just lost my thought. Keep going. I'll get it back.
There's another website, and it's called the Revolving Door Project.
Oh, help me out with this, Ann. Here's the other thing that people have to realize, and Ann is really good at explaining this. But when you mention the FCC, caller, about the people that they get a position, these high-ranking positions, a lot of the times those positions in other places that are technological corporations like Raytheon's and the Lockheed Martins, there are actually other companies like those that are smaller but are strictly about tech. And they are led by former generals in these in the armed services groups that retire out of the services probably in their 50s because they've gave 20, 25 years, right? Mm-hmm. And they go and they start sitting on the boards of these tech companies that develop these parts of weapon systems, the remote, even the remote viewing. Isn't it possible that there are remote viewing companies? That means that, like the Brian Colfront story of he worked for security specialists. I forget the acronym stands for something security. So he was a security firm working security for Amazon to prevent hacking and all those things. And the next thing he knows, he's remote viewing through someone's eyes because he can see whatever they see. Okay? So that freaked him out, and he blew the whistle, and he was targeted ever since. So according to him, that says there's remote viewers. Okay? That means they might not necessarily be tortured, but they're remote viewed through their eyes. Okay? and they have access to remote viewing. Those types of companies, those tech slash security companies, have former military black ops groups and generals sitting on their boards or as presidents controlling those companies. So that, am I right about this, Ann? This is what you were telling me, right?
Yeah.
About the
not only the smaller companies, even the larger companies. I mean, the guy that was picked, Austin, to head the DOD on the Biden administration, he came right out of Raytheon.
Yep.
So what does
and
he
these
do?
guys have
the big contracts are going right to Raytheon.
Yeah. and those companies have firsthand knowledge of this technology.
Yeah.
You know, they know all about it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're sworn to secrecy to death. You know, so the ones that really know are the high up generals. Now, do they know about the torture program that's embedded in these signals to glean data from us? I don't know. I don't know who knows about the torture programs.
Absolutely.
Somebody's got to know that the computer systems are torturing humans for their data information.
You have the contract. You have the contract from General Dynamics. Who's doing it?
What?
Out of the Air Force,
the link you gave me?
Wright Patterson and
yeah, I still haven't looked up that link, you know.
You didn't look it up?
Probably not. I can't remember. One of the links you sent me recently? My brain is Coty? Which one?
No. The first one that I told you about, the bioeffects of directed energy weapons. That the Air Force put out the contract and General Dynamics got it.
Oh, yeah. I found that online.
General Dynamics, you found it. And General Dynamics is the ones that are carrying it out on the Air Force base. It's their contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everything that we're going through, and that really isn't connected to AI as far as I can see. That's more connected to the bio effects of weapons, sound weapons, auditory, directed energy. What else was there? I don't have it in front of me. Muscle. They hit your muscles, hit your tissue, hit your bones. So yeah, they know about it. That's only one. That's only one contract of many, many. So there's all sorts of programs.
Yep. So that the military groups can do what they do.
One of the things in Dr. Duncan's book that really screamed out at me was on page 297 under the 1991 Federal Policies for the Protection of Human Subjects. This I knew, that the human subject research has binding regulation in some of these federal agencies, but the FDA does not. All of our pharmaceutical research is medical devices. With some of the stuff that they're using on us is considered a medical device. But what really, really catches our eye is further down in the paragraph when it says, a person participating in an experiment must be informed and give his consent unless a high-level government official doesn't think it's necessary. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
That's absurd.
Mm-hmm.
So, Yeah, and that's what's really sad about this whole thing. It really doesn't give anybody culpability or accountability and responsibility for the things that they're doing to these so-called human research subjects. All they have to do is say that it's, torture experiments under some sort of research, research and training. I think I read somewhere in a government military document, to be able to get away with this. Wrong, so wrong. It's a crime.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they don't care who they do it to. That's what it seems like, Anybody will do. Not that it would be right to do to anyone, because I really don't think it should be. I think everyone should have to give their consent, and they should have knowledge beforehand about all the risks of these procedures, what it might entail. It isn't experimentation anymore. They don't have to experiment anymore.
Well, that's what
They're
I don't
done.
understand. See, I think we're past the experimentation, so don't misunderstand me. So it's not just, it was experimenting in the 70s and the 80s, I think, with small groups of technology and small groups in communities. At this point, obviously, it's global, and it's much more of an octopus through these agencies and through the various military groups. It's much, it's vast in its application. So I think simultaneously, everything is happening simultaneously. You're plugged in for whatever it is, I have heard the term recently that they call us assets, right? So we're each considered an asset to whatever program or whatever reason the computer is using us. My point is that they're using us to, instead of saying experimentation, it's more along the lines of machine learning. Now that we're on to the concept of AI ruling humanity, okay, neurologically through emotions and. Okay, so let's just pretend that, let's start a new religion. Somebody has to be the religion of aqua blue, and somebody has to be the religion of red, yellow. And those two religions don't get along, and they fight. And so the AI wants to go in, and it wants to stop them from fighting by changing their beliefs and to start loving each other's colors. Okay? So that's my thinking on some of what they're trying to do, because they don't want the war. But the weird part of that is that these are warmongers who want to be in control and who want to instead, they'll go in and they'll decimate people or groups. So how does that play into their eventual wanting peace when they live for war? So it's kind of like a hypocritically oxymoron or whatever you want to call it. It's not a, what do you call that? Not a juxtaposition. It's a I forgot the big word for it. When something is off, a paradox, or it's like they're tearing it all up so they can fix it all. I don't know. That's the chaos factor that's increased. They're desolating everything with opposition within us, and it has a rippling effect through society. So it's just such a mind, mess up. I guess if we knew their real agenda, which would be closer to, the real agenda, that is, as to what they're doing, it would be closer for us to understand what they really want from us. Ultimately, I think it's to use the system. So back to what you said about its experimentation and them wanting, experimental data. I think they want real life information from us, okay, how we function in real life, how humans live and breathe and what we live for, and all our creativity and all the things that we do, okay, as information to teach the artificial intelligence. I think that's the way we have to look at it instead of them just experimenting on how to make the weapons work. So I think that that's a bit of a misunderstanding there in the way we think. I think we have to look at it like it's an ongoing process to teach this big monster brain computer all about humanity and our individual lives, and our thoughts and feelings and our actions or our sufferings or whatever, and then have all these programs be running simultaneously rather than they're just doing it to figure out how to rule humanity later or whatever. I think it's all going on all at the same time, all of those things. Because obviously they know how to control people. They know how to control crowds, through frequency manipulation. So I think it's further than that. I think it's way bigger. It's so profound that I think we just to wrap our heads around it and we live it. That's why.
Yeah.
Why destroy your relationships with people? Why destroy your relationships with people? What would that do? What does that teach anything or anyone? Anybody? Because that's what it's doing, right?
Yeah, it's disintegrating our relationships and everything that in our lives is a value to us as a human being, whether it's our job, our career, our family, all these other things. It's taking it all and, ripping it away.
Yeah. And our emotions from within, because I feel less. I used to think it was like, I thought I suffered trauma from all of this, and I just couldn't feel. Like, you have a natural disassociation happen, from your own emotion with this much trauma. But that's not it. I can't feel because it's tapped into my emotion, just like a straw. So just imagine you're drinking a straw, and you stick your straw into your cup, and you're drinking the liquid, right? Or you're siphoning off the liquid from the cup. They're siphoning from you your emotions, so you don't get to feel them. The computer, I believe, in live time is actually sucking up your emotion and copying, and it's writing the code for how to feel. I see. You have to look at the pattern. These guys are willing to take DNA, and they're willing to manipulate DNA of any living organism and combine it with other DNA or whatever it is they do in their black labs. I call them black labs, where they do the nasty. They're trying to make things live, and I can't imagine the science that goes on in some of the labs. That's probably the scariest thing on earth, like manipulating, viruses and whatnot. So the things they're willing to do in the dark alley labs or the underground labs, imagine what they're willing to do remotely. It's the same concept. If they're willing to do that, they're going to be willing to do this. They're going to be willing to take somebody else's brain energy and combine it with yours and connect you so that you influence the emotions and your brilliant ideas or whatever, however you think, or you fight with another brain. Okay? I believe that they're willing to do that. That's what we are experiencing. They're willing to do all kinds of experiments on us with remote technology, connecting minds so that you can create a smarter race of people. Go study all about the hive mind theory. That's an actual theory. Study cybernetics. And so here's my point. My point is, and I said this a couple weeks ago, they're willing to siphon off your emotion, to write code for it, to duplicate it in a computer system so that they can teach this computer system how to feel. And in order to do that, it takes away your emotions. That's why you feel like you just can't feel. Like you go to hug your kid and you're like, where's that soft, squishy emotion? Gushing emotion of love I have? Why can't I feel it anymore? And it's because they've tapped my brain for it. It gets to feel it. I don't. So it's teaching this computer, and this is so disturbing to me, they're teaching the computer system how to copy feelings so it becomes more capable of relating to humans. So it's not just an intelligent computer, okay? It's a feeling intelligent computer, sentient. They want to turn digital into sentient, which is very, very perverse to me. It's so sick and perverse. It's like manipulating DNA. It's just wrong. It's ethically and morally wrong, and they have killed their conscience to do this, or they didn't have one to begin with. And they don't feel accountable to God because they don't believe in God. So they don't have that barrier of maybe this is wrong. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this to my fellow humans because after all, they're just animals, right? That's how they view us. They're sick and twisted. They're the ones with the mind viruses. They're the ones who are diseased, you know. So if they're trying to teach a computer to have feelings from real life people with feelings. And that's where the metaphor comes in of eating us, eating people. You know, eating our emotions, it eats our thoughts, our beliefs, so it can copy you. And then apparently it's going to take all of that and they're going to adapt it to quantum computing and artificial intelligence so it can have high functioning problem solving skills to influence the rest of humanity so that the aqua blue group gets along with the red orange group and everybody sits around and roasts marshmallows. I don't know. You know, I don't know what they're trying to achieve here, but it won't work. And why won't it work? Because you cannot alter a human heart. They don't have the ability. So instead, what they try to do is tweak the emotion. They try to tweak our feelings. And it was called damping and tamping down emotion. You can't be too happy. They make you feel sad. If you feel too sad, they'll try to make you feel happy. You finally get a fresh breath of air, and then they tamper that down too. The computer system does. So.
Yeah, antidepressants do that too. I'm told they cut off the ends. So, you know, you can't get too happy, you can't get too sad anymore. You're just kind of somewhere in the middle with a dull-like senses. Your senses are dulled, and your emotions are dulled.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think it's because, yes, but I think when we experience that, though, I do think there's a part of that has to do with, you know what I used to say to myself? I would get really stressed out sometimes, and I would have to sit on my couch after my kids left for school, and it was before I either had to be to work or my own schooling, and I would have to download. I would have those days where I would go sit on my couch and I used to call it downloading. So I'd have, because I was really frazzled, being stressed out, you know, just life. And I needed quiet time. And it's kind of like that with us. When we encounter a happy moment or a sad moment, whatever our brain and our emotions intertwine, you know, we download that emotion because either traumas are re-experiencing those downloaded traumas, those bad events, you know. So we want to get rid of those traumas, right? So it's like your brain has to digest what it experiences. Your soul has to digest what you experience. In this case, when we're tapped, those emotions that should be downloaded and processed to make us whole and happy and healthy, whether they're good emotions or bad, are being downloaded into a computer instead of our heart. Somehow they tap in to our ability to feel and siphon off our emotions. I believe that. And that's part of this process. That's why it feels like we're numb when we're not really numb. You know, I'm typically an empathic type of personality, and I can't feel my own emotion because it's tapped. It has to be. This is why it feels so horrible. Everything feels like I'm on Novocaine emotionally. You know. Does anybody else feel like your emotions are on Novocaine? Anybody?
Could it also be the person, ourselves, ourselves protecting ourselves? Because part of this, to me, seems like when they're working on me and they're trying to get me to, go down this emotional roller coaster kind of thing, they want to take me on, whatever, emotional thing they want me to sense or feel. Mm-hmm. I go to a safe place. I go to bringing up something in my memories that will be okay, but it's not super high emotional or super low sadness. I'm just okay. And I wonder if that's just our brain trying to protect our heart, from getting further hurt.
Maybe it's a form of disassociating ourselves from our emotions. But
that's what she said.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you're a really empathic person, you pick up on the energies of the people around you. You can walk into a room and you know exactly, what's on people's minds or, what's flooding the room emotionally. And that's a gift that I think a lot of women have, where our second chakras, I think it's called, is the intuitive sensor. It's like in our gut, around our intestines, that area. And we just, some of us are wide open, to it, and we go through life that way. That's how we manage, that's one of our strengths. And, we can help other people through some really awful stuff that's going on in their lives because we already know what they're feeling. And it's just a matter of, getting them to open up to somebody they can trust about it. If you're an empath, that's your gift. That's your, almost like your calling in a way, to serve the world and to serve humanity. So my guess is they probably entered a lot of people into this program with that strength, because if they want to make these computers be empathic, be super sentient, and really able to relate to the feelings of people, well, we're the one. Right. That's our gift.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree, and I think that's why there's so many empathic type people on these calls. Is I think we're really valuable because of the fabric, our emotional fabric, our capacity for compassion and understanding and loving others, and trying to assist humanity, and they've tapped into that. I believe that. And I if I'm in a room full of people, I used to be able to do exactly what you're talking about. I could assess instantly the whole room. Now I'm too tired. I'm too tired emotionally. I'm just like, oh yeah, okay. I just can't even focus on anything like that anymore. I used to have a profound capacity for that type of thing. And I wanted to just learn. One of my number one things I used to want to do was, instead of being critical of people or to find faults with people, I didn't like fault finding ever. It's like the equivalent of gossip to me, So I never wanted to find fault with folks. So what I used to try to do is understand the most profound of those types of problems you're describing, that people are going through a really crappy time, and let's say it makes them act out or do really crappy things to other people because they're suffering or they're just miserable or for whatever reason. I used to try to understand them so I wouldn't be critical of them. I didn't want to excuse the bad things that they did, but I wanted to understand them. So then I wouldn't have such a critical spirit. I wouldn't be so like, meh, and lash out or, say, what a horrible person or whatever. I thought if I understood that person, then that would make me better at being human and understanding, what made them do this. Or I used to have an incredible ability to do that, and I'm sure some of you did too. And I can't do that anymore. I can't even think like that anymore. I feel like they've gotten me so discouraged, towards my fellow humans, because all this time, humans just seem so cold and cruel because I thought they were perpetrators, Have any of you experienced that? I mean, I don't know, that probably might sound familiar to some of you. I don't know. I just hate hating on people. There's enough hate in the world. Life is so difficult as it is. And these guys, you mean to tell me there's people using neurological weapon systems to make life harder? They've been making our lives harder all these years. All those problems that were so outrageous out of nowhere, that were instigated by these guys, this whatever it is. Oh. That's why it just falls into God's realm of justice,
Yeah, I try to think that way too. I try to say, there's a purpose for this. There's a reason for this.
Mm-hmm.
We're in this for a reason. There's something here that we're going to solve or assist with. And maybe, if you've got the leadership qualities, which I think you do, maybe even drive it, be the driver and get people on board. So, one of us is, just being able to see the vision and saying, okay, now everybody, come on. And then the others are able to say, I like that vision. Let's go there.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell from talking with you on this call and getting to know you from your stories and your sharing that you are an extremely empathic person even still. You've got that sensitivity. You're open to hear what people are saying, whatever people are saying. It doesn't even matter. It's just you're in the state of, okay, tell me more, so I can understand this. I don't think that gift will ever leave you, truly. It'll always be a tool in your tool belt that you're going to be able to relate to people with and communicate well with people. So it's still there, Lily. I just think it's been dampened down because you may have being influenced from this neuro whatever technology. I can't remember the name right now because I'm tired too. But if you've got the stuff, it's probably also just being in putting it into a protected area too. So you're not going to divulge too much, get too hurt, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have a lot of questions around that.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think there's see, one of the things I did too, I think that two things. I think that erasing our menticide at night, when we all get messed with at night, I think that is this, whatever computer system you're attached to or whatever, does delete some of the damage that's caused. That's why it doesn't have a residual carryover in its impact on our emotions. I know that sounds weird, but it does in other ways, but that's why a lot of the times we just get up and we try to start the day over again, because it's doing something to us while we sleep. So the other thing, too, that's gotten me through is I went through years of therapy. Now, I never, ever, ever talked about any of this to a therapist. I just talked about finding the ways as to what the hell's wrong with me, when really it was this program. I was trying to find answers, like, is it just me? Are people after me all the time? What am I doing wrong? I'm trying to understand perpetrators without telling the shrink, or well, it wasn't a shrink, a psychotherapist. Why are these people after me? And I didn't want to sound paranoid, so I was very careful. Oh, why is she or he so mean? And they're like, well, people are like that, So I was really looking for the answers to all this, but I think that helped me not become as bitter as I could have, and just give it up and committed myself, to be honest, because there were times where I'm like, maybe I'm just crazy. Why am I hearing in this stuff? And why is it when I try to think straight, I can't think straight? And every nutrient known to man I've taken, and, all of those things that when you have no clue what's happening and it's this, you blame yourself, And, I was sane all along, I could still work and hold conversations. So, love my family and take care of them. So it really rocks your self-confidence, Yeah. That's why if we demystify it and we debunk its power, that these people have no power because they're not God. In fact, they're just make crap up. The computer does. It probably gleans it from 150 other people and makes up all kinds of stuff and sticks it in your head or parts of it, or it tries to manipulate you through other people, whatever it's doing, just debunk it and then laugh at it, and then it won't have as much, it loses its grip on you, so to speak, and hopefully it stops keeping you in trauma loops, and you can say, okay, these people aren't hurting me for real, it's all controlled. It's almost like a mirage, where you see it, and you see it happening, but once you get there, it's not real, and sometimes I feel like it's like that with gang stalking or perpetration, I mean, have anybody ever gone up to somebody they perceive as a perpetrator? If I'm at Costco and I feel like somebody is using those words that used to, this used to happen, it's almost like I wanted to go up to them and say, hey, do you know me? Do you know anything about my life? If those kinds of confrontations, and they would just look at you sideways, like, what are you talking about? I think it's a controlled situation too, because we don't do that. They put fear into us, so we don't go confront someone we perceive as a perpetrator. It doesn't happen very often that people are actually
probably better that we don't. It's really better that we don't confront. Yeah, the people that are saying the things that they're saying, I don't even think they know they're saying them. I have people sometimes come up to me and use my full name and say, oh, hi there, so-and-so. They don't know me. I don't know them. I don't even know that. Then they carry on their conversation like they never said anything. That's weird.
That is weird.
I don't think they're stalking me. I don't think they're stalking me. But I do think that their mind is being influenced.
Absolutely. The other thing, too, is for any of you who are on Facebook, have you noticed any unusual threads? Like somebody will post something and then people will have a conversation, and then you're reading the comments. And these are people, that aren't TIs. The comments that they make, they seem so weird. I'm like, how does what they're saying have anything to do with this? And it's totally nonsensical. Like they're in their own little world of posting. It's like they're influenced. And they post according to how they're influenced, and it makes no sense. So that it makes me wonder how many people are under the influence of this technology. I mean, there's everybody, and they're posting stuff, and I'm like, what are they talking about? Is it just me? I just like it makes no sense. And that's really worrisome because it shows you how influenced other people are. So so all those people that you think are perpetrators are actually victims of trying to synchronize your brain together and keep you all kind of connected through its synthetic telepathy and manipulation. And then they hit you with this terrifying feeling through this technology, so you're afraid of what's happening. So it's instead of going, oh, well, that's awful serendipitous or kind of uniquely weird that she would bring that up today, or in a conversation when it's such a different kind of subject matter. I was just thinking about that yesterday. That stuff is not perpetration. They are victims the same way you are. They just experience it differently.
That's right.
And it's mind-blowing how profound it is because you're convinced they're spying on your life. I used to think people must have had some kind of closed-circuit television in their house, and everybody's watching me, kind of like that Truman Show movie. I'm like, how does everybody know about my life? I'm not important here. What's the big deal? It felt like I was in the Truman Show.
Mm. Yeah, but if they are spying on us, not spying in the traditional sense of, cameras and audio equipment, they're spying on us through our senses, our thoughts and our mind and our visions, things that are images that are being shown to us, whether we're watching a TV program or having a conversation with someone across the table. They're still picking all those very personal things about us. They're putting all that together. And then that forms a predictability curve or a probability that these things will likely happen again in the same kind of a fashion. We may experience the same kind of emotions, those types of things. But now they've got more info on us because over time it continues to happen. Kind of like facial recognition, when they take 50,000 pictures of someone and stick it in a computer, you can pick that person out of a crowd in, a second. There could be tens of thousands of people in that crowd, but you got 50,000 images to work with, so you definitely know what the person looks like. And that may be what they're doing to us. They're intaking all this information about us and documenting, recording, tracking everything we know, everything we do, everything we say, everything we hear, the foods we eat, what things feel like, the things that we wear, all those things. So basically putting together this ability to clone us, whether that's like you were saying, I think one time, and I had to try to really think about this, maybe clone us as a computer, like a computer version of us, or maybe a transhuman version of us at some point. If we start going down that route where people's DNA is actually being genetically cloned.
Yeah. See? And for them to do all of this without our permission it is such a mind bend, I just, and then, of course, what Dr. Duncan said in his book that, well, we'll make the computer do all the dirty work for us, and therefore it's the computer, not us. That's their legalese, or they're consoling their own conscience. Yeah,
it's a cop-out. It's not taking responsibility for the actions that you've done and what you have committed. The sentence that we read tonight in the book about, well, it's not really murder because I'm only influencing the person to kill themselves.
Yep.
But and then it also says that about the rape. So it's not really rape because it's electronic rape. But when I think about the movie that Jodie Foster was in, I don't remember the name of it, but it was phenomenal. The people who were egging the men on to gang rape her, she was gang raped in a club.
I remember
this is a true story. Yes.
The people who egged them
on were also culpable, and they had to go to get court and get tried, and I don't remember all of their sentences, but they were just as responsible. And here's the same thing, but our government is looking the other way and not making those people who are doing those things, even just to influencing someone to walk them to their own death by saying, if you don't do this, we're going to kill your family, which they do. That's what they say, or they show you things. So you're led to believe, that's the only way out.
Absolutely. That's what I mean. These so, they should know. They should stop doing this to people because they know the results. They know they work. Their weapon systems are convincing. They're powerful. Right. They need to stop. So that, they do this to people they consider their enemy. I don't know. I don't want them to use them on anyone. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't for understanding this. You just can't wrap your head around it. So then part of me just thought, well, if how much of that amazing documentary we watched last week, they're just doing this to destroy humanity. They love evil. They want to destroy people. Maybe that's it. Maybe they just really do side. They have some really bizarre idea of God versus Satan, and they're taking Satan's side on purpose. Like, they got into these organizations, these military installations. They're masters at coding, like that Aquino guy, and opposition. And he programmed this computer to go AWOL and just start torturing and killing people according to the computer, that they just didn't. If you were empathic, maybe if you're that, which means you're super terrific and profoundly powerful in your communities to love others. He wants to decimate the people who love. Maybe it's that cockeyed and that simple. I had to go out on that limb and think of that for a minute and say, could it be that? Because guess what? That's what it feels like. It feels like somebody very evil wants to hurt me for who I am as a person. And it's embedded into the United States government's weapon system, So that's why so many of us call it a war. Because it's like, you're trying to kill me because I'm trying to be a good person and love others unconditionally.
It's research and development. That's it. That's the answer. That's what it is.
But they're doing research and development.
Fauci conducted a test that's going out now. Fauci conducted a test where he had beagles, hundreds of beagles, dogs, where he had flies biting them to death. And you hear the beagles screaming in pain, dying, They have a recording of it. I couldn't listen to it. But what? See if the flies can bite the dogs to death? What kind of scientists, who are these researchers that are listening to, watching this happening? But anyway, I found the contract, the original one from the Air Force. So here it is. The U.S. Air Force is one of the largest, and these are for the other people who get the dues, because there's more targets out there. And we don't want to exclude the DO weapons. We don't want to exclude anyone. Yeah. Okay. The U.S. Air Force is one of the largest developers and users of radio frequencies, RF, and high-power microwave, HPM, emitting devices in the world, and consequently has been at the forefront of research on the biological effects of RF and HPM radiation, keywords, for more than 30 years. When does it end? Who knows? For more than 30 years. The mission of the 711 HPW, blah, 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 is to protect Air Force personnel from the radiation hazards while minimizing negative operational impact. This requires an extensive research program and bioeffects of the radiation. Research results are transitioned and transferred to national and international health and safety standards, which are used by the Air Force Surgeon General for occupational health and environmental safety. Additionally, data are used to support the rapid development and deployment of directed energy DE technologies. The advent of HPM and ultra-wide banned directed energy weapons make the 7-Eleven, blah, 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 HPW, blah, products and services even more essential to national security. Our goal is to provide the U.S. Air Force with the world's best RF HPM bioeffects research and science-based exposure standards. And, all right, so I'm going to skip that. The goal of this effort includes conducting bioeffects research to identify the risks, the benefits, risk, and capabilities for a wide range of military RF systems. Another goal is to predict and mitigate the bioeffects of directed energy on personnel and mission performance, and to exploit the bioeffects of directed energy weapons applications. So this is what they do. So they put the contract out, General Dynamic got the contract, and this is what they do. Toxology, including riot control agents. You know, people are saying they're being gassed and poisoned. All right, toxology, including riot control agents. They're called RCAs. Industrial byproducts, combustible materials, and their byproducts. Blunt trauma, including dermal penetration and perforation. And non-penetrating insult to soft tissues, organs, and skeletons. Acoustic and auditory, ocular, visual, derma. Olfactory, including sensory degradation and physiological damage. Effects on attention and intent and complete behavior such as decision-making and communication. Bioelectrics, including modeling current flow through the body. Bioeffects on organs, central nervous systems, vascular and neuromuscular and endocrine function. And then the next one is interaction between multiple human effects, including modeling physiological effects as a result of multiple applications of the same NLW or applications of multiple NLWs, okay, which is a mixture of all that I've read. Model of motivational, emotional, and cognitive processes as a function of the above multiple applications of non-lethal weapons. There you go. So there are many programs for TIs.
Yeah, I think that mentioned part of that they're wanting to create a super soldier who will not feel the effects of radiation. That's, I think, where they were talking about the biological effects and protecting military people. So that's how that evolved. That was a recent article that I read.
Well, that's true, but they've been doing it for 30 years, and yet they're continuing. It wasn't good enough for them. They're just going to keep doing it. So, when's enough? Going back to the revolving door. There's money in it.
Yeah, that's right. There's money in it. Part of that is kind of like this program. They want to beef up the coffers because the more people that get on the list, the more assets they can charge for. They can fund the budgets. And, that's maybe part of what this program is, even though it's been operating for 30 years. They just keep on saying, well, we need more and more and more. Give us more money. Give us more people. So.
Yeah. It reminded me of something. It's funny. It just triggered a thought that in my neighborhood, in my small city, they decided that they had to cut down trees from a storm that we had. And they put out a contract, and I guess an arborist got the contract and just went around marking trees, right, to cut down. And one of the trees was a tree in front of my house that I absolutely loved, and it was not dead, and it was not damaged. And when it started to bloom, I grabbed a branch, I cut off a branch, and I ran to City Hall with my branch, and I said, "Does this look like a dead tree?" I said, "This tree is blooming." And the person in charge rolled his eyes, and he said, "Oh, I knew we should have done this in the wintertime." And the people that were contracted to cut down the tree were charging by the tree. So, of course, they were going to get perfectly good trees to cut down. They were getting paid by the tree they cut down.
Right.
So, you know.
That is a funny story if it wasn't so sad for the trees. It really, it's cutting into human nature big time. That's really funny. Well, our trees don't need to be cut. There are a lot. And the guy saying, well, we should have done it in the winter time. Why? Because there'd be no leaves.
Yeah.
Well, I got to call it a night. Thank you guys for being there. I really appreciate our discussion tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Me too. Thanks for coming.
You're welcome. Have a good week.
I'm getting tired. Yes, you too. Absolutely.
Okay.
A whole week ahead of us. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Anybody else want to add anything?
How many people are on the call?
We're up to 28. We've got a lot of people here consistently all night. So
yeah,
that's for sure. Yeah.
Hi, Lily. I just want to say hi and goodbye. I'm sick.
Uh-oh. What kind of sick?
Every night sick. Every night. Every night.
I'm sorry.
But we all know about that. So I'm sorry. I'm not in a very good mood.
I'm sorry, honey.
I am too. Thank you so much to all of you. It's nice to listen to you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Any tips for regularity, short of taking the over-the-counter toxic laxatives and stuff? I don't know if foods. Like anything that will really work. I mean, I know try to do as much water as possible. I imagine some water is better than others.
Magnesium.
Definitely
and
magnesium.
I Google. I would just Google endlessly, but I'm realizing that there's a lot of contradictory information.
Mm-hmm. I would start. Yeah, I think it's a good question. You're most likely, if you're having trouble with that issue, magnesium might be a problem, which is no surprise because that's the first thing this technology goes after is our calcium, our magnesium, and our potassium and our sodium. Okay, so people who tend to have palpitations of their heart, and which is a lot of times I hear people describe that, which I think it actually could be because you are low on the electrolytes much more than they're doing that to your heart. So that could be a side effect to the technology, just like constipation. So you really need to assess your electrolyte balance. And it's not necessarily going to show up on a test because your body will recover or glean from food quickly. So, it'll be inconsistent with tests. So you need to do electrolyte replacement mildly. Look at all the RDAs, and then I would take supplements equal to that because they're depleting that. So your bowels are dependent on, every cell communicates through calcium. So if you have diverticulitis or losis, I think that it's because you've been dehydrated and depleted of these nutrients because of the ramped up technology in your body. So I would really recommend, obviously, extra water. Make a conscious effort to drink as much water as you can tolerate. Even if you have to flavor it, that's okay, like with lemon or do some fruit infused, like get some strawberries and cut it up and put it in your water. But make sure it's more water than sugar or anything like that. And then I would look into Senna if you really are having problems. Senna is a really good natural laxative that's over the counter, easy to find. And fiber, every kind of vegetable your body can tolerate that's fibrous, and you can research the best ones for that. But the big stuff is the electrolytes, water, and Senna works pretty good too. And then that'll get you out of it.
I'm 100% with you on all of that. I Googled to death trying to find out what has the greatest amount of magnesium. I might have to just take a bite of supplements since there's so much contrary information. One product will say one thing will, sweet potatoes, how much magnesium. Some will say 0, some will say a lot. So I'm not sure the food is as it should be when it gets to me, depending on delivery.
Yeah,
sure. And there's a shrinkage. This radiation that you guys are talking about, there's been a major narrowing of, my whole torso. I have the body of like a boy at this point. And I'm internally, it seems that there's, I think there's been that narrowing pretty much everywhere. So I would imagine my food's having a hard time getting out of me or making it through. It's because, and what doctor could do anything about that? If I went to, during COVID, no less, a hospital, had a colonoscopy. I can, and I know I'm inflamed, so that would be a further complication. Making it dangerous, literally dangerous to have a colonoscopy. But so between the inflammation and the narrowing that has been done externally, that I'm pretty sure has been done internally as well somehow. I don't know how anyone could fix that. I don't know if the narrowing could be undone inside my body, or if I'm going to be relegated to just bites of food, in the future to things come out. I don't know what they've done to me.
Yeah, it sounds like I've heard similar words like that, like narrowing and a tightening or a shrinking. It makes me think that it's caused the lack of supplement, or because it's deplete. Let's just call it depletion. Let's just say it's depleting our bodies of our natural resources as a side effect. So since all of our cells communicate through calcium, for example, and it depletes those things, those natural things that we need, zinc and so on and so forth, then I think it might be causing a rigidity too. I wonder if there's a rigidity, which is what you're referring to almost as like a narrowing of internal parts, because we're all made differently, obviously. So maybe what affects, my side effect and my my water issues, for example, might be a little different for you, and you have it more, let's just say in your bowels or whatever. But I think it's all very similar and it's all very connected because we're experiencing the same thing. So we're all having the same problems with the technology, but it's coming out differently in the way it's affecting us. So I would definitely just go right for the supplements then, because if you're just not going to get enough magnesium in the food supply. First of all, the soils are depleted. They're just depleted. And even in organics, the soils are depleted from where they should be and what you really should be getting in your food. And my heart problems, I think I told you guys this before, I'm one of those people that would walk around with a heart monitor on every couple years because my palpitations were so profound, and I wasn't taking supplements like I am now of calcium, magnesium, potassium, and zinc too. I don't take zinc as much as I do the others, but I take zinc in normal amounts. So those other things are my heart. I mean, literally, it all cleared up. All the heart problems that I suffered with for probably, I want to say a good 15 years, ballpark, cleared up when I started taking enough potassium and magnesium. So, and I have other illnesses that I know are directly linked to this technology. They're more of like a nuisance irritation side effect, irritate. How do I explain that?
What about smart dust to the exterior of your body? And I don't know how they're getting it. I guess they can get it. They can get it in through. Even gas. They can carry. They can fume up a place. I don't know how they do it. They can get a moisture in the air. And I guess it depends on what kind of a structure you live in, but maybe not. I would imagine they can get it all in almost anywhere. Then causing as fellow women, it's really nothing we would enjoy at all. But almost whatever the film is on the skin. It's not mold. I've heard of that happening, but it's something else, and I think it either itself has an effect of I don't want to say shrinking, but that's the effect. I'm like 5 sizes smaller. I'm like a double zero. Not just zero. I probably weigh 80 pounds.
Wow.
It's not good. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to figure out. My guess.
It's okay to complain if you're not supposed to be, 80 pounds. So
the amount of heat, like my skin is so, hot to the touch, could fry an egg on it so much of the time that I think my guess is they're using they're getting it in and on me some kind of way, and then it's like I'm marked, I'm marked, and then whatever that is on the surface of the skin, it either just lets them know exactly where, and then, the aim is perfect, and then I just get shrunk down, and it's the waist, it's everything, it's my whole everything, my arms, my everything. Yeah. I look. It's not good, and I'm concerned because I don't see how one could come back from this.
Well, I'll tell you how. Here's how you start. So find your favorite all-time foods, the stuff that you just go, oh, it's so good, and eat more of that along with your regular diet. So you want?
I eat all day, every day, but I can't because I can't get it out of me, and I don't want to end up in the hospital with an obstruction.
You're impacted. Then the other, or you can be impacted. Then the next thing you need to do, absolutely. So look at it this way. When you take a piece of food and you put it in your microwave oven and you turn it on, it's heating up the water molecules in that food. And that's how it gets hot, part of it, in steaming. So it's heating up water, okay? You have to look at your body and how much were we made of water. So you are being dehydrated, extremely dehydrated, number one. That's why, especially when you're heating up like that. So, these guys are idiots. And I believe that some of this stuff is manual, and they miss and they screw up, because I've been hit in the ear in a nerve that sent me to the frickin' through. I was opening my fridge and I fell into my fridge and wanted to puke. It hit me so hard. So, because they hit the nerve. Okay? So you're being dehydrated, number one. So the number one thing you need to do is drink, because you will not poop unless you drink water. So you're going to have to double your hydration, because this technology is dehydrating you. It sounds like that's the kind of side effect you're experiencing. I drink a lot of coffee, and I drink a lot of seltzer water, and I have my water delivered, because I refuse to drink the chloramines and the chlorine in my water, the tap water. So and it's actually cheaper to have a water delivery guy bring those big 5 gallons like you'd see at the office with the water cooler. You can rent the water cooler for like $6 a month. And then I have the water delivered by every 5 gallons is like $7 or something. And that's way cheaper than buying the water bottles that you have to haul from the grocery. The water, and plus it doesn't pollute. So, and then I get like 3 or 4 a month, whatever we go through. And I drink more water that way. So I'm constantly trying to be hydrated. And that's where it sounds like you absolutely need to start, because they're microwaving, this is water in your body that's why your brain kind of swells, with the technology. And so hydration is number one, is key. Is key. Number two is the electrolytes, big time. So you need a multi, calcium, magnesium, zinc, and calcium, magnesium, potassium, zinc, and sodium. But you get enough sodium probably in your diet. So water, the nutrients, and then you absolutely should consider also the B complex. I think I said that, but food. And then eat your foods. And then, if you're willing to eat, that's good. And then you could also do Senna. So Senna is a big one. But it sounds like the water issue for you is what's paramount, because you're being dehydrated, and then you won't poop if you're dehydrated. That's why the doctors prescribe Miralax, because Miralax will retain the water within your intestines to make you have a BM. And because you have to have moist, wet intestines to push it through. Otherwise it gets all stuck and, impacted your bowels. So you have to be hydrated in order to poop. So that's what it sounds like to me. And I would start by.
It seems like they're where I live. They're trying to, I wouldn't be able to go on my own. I don't think all the pills in the world. It's going to sound like the most insane thing. I know. I would tell virtually no one this, but I'm in a kind of condo setting, and it's. I don't know what I'm dealing with, but there's a goal to get it to come out of me. There's no question. And I don't know if it's like, surely at this point in history, after all this experimentation, like, the gal earlier said, this has been going on 30 years. Don't you know by now how to do this, you guys, right? You'd think that they would already know this, but maybe it's training. Maybe I'm a training op. But it just seems, there are certain hours of the day that, there's a plane overhead, and the goal, and, I cooperate. It's like, 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock. I'm going to be at the toilet trying to go. I got doors banging, around me. I have, heli and plane ahead. When I lived, a year ago elsewhere, a guy came to my door, and he's like, come outside for a second. I knew him, and boom, there's a plane above, and boom, my stomach got hit, and I was like, oh, I've got to go inside, excuse me. I went to the restroom. So it's as though they are in control of when I go. And it's almost like a cooperative effort. I have to cooperate. And if I turn, they can use electricity. They can use your own electricity system. Things that GPS you, like your not just your phone, the heat from your phone, the electromagnetic energy. My fob, which has probably an identifier as well as the battery in it. You won't believe it. Toilet paper. And I thought that was crazy, but my mother, my 92-year-old mother, said, out of nowhere, she said, well, when I go to the bathroom, I always just hold the toilet paper, like right around my toilet or my stomach. And she said, I'll either go and it's everything, or it won't be time. So she doesn't have a clue about this whole program, but I think she's affected. I think many more people. I would guess the majority of the population. But to me, it seems like they're seeing what it takes in the way of electromagnetic energy, the electrical outlets in one's home, which can be controlled if I guess they have control of your Apple phone or whatever. And if you have a sliding glass door, as I do, pretty close by here, there's that. There's above and below, and then really pretty much three to four sides around me. I'm a sitting duck. I mean, they can do or not do. I mean, I have to be grateful that they let me go, that they helped me go. But certainly they're the ones that damaged it in the first place. I didn't do this to myself. It's a wicked thing, so I'm like terrified to eat. And what I do eat, I have to just pray to God I can get out of me. They don't seem to want me to go to a hospital. All attempts to get medical intervention have been thwarted. I mean, dozens and dozens of ways. I'm not afraid to have a colonoscopy or, ultrasound, any kind of test, but, it just keeps getting shut down at every turn. So they don't.
Well, the other thing is too is that. You know what? The other thing is you could have a mechanical problem going on that you need attention for. So you should somehow convince your primary doctor that you need a colonoscopy. When's your last colonoscopy?
I was kind of grabbed, not of my own volition or will. 50-ton Mack trash truck hit my vehicle, and I let a couple of years go by. I did not think that, I wasn't looking to profit from it. I knew that was scary and dangerous, and no good could come of tangling with those people. So I just, wanted my car replaced. And I did, end up asking for that right before the statute ran, and I found myself dragged by, 3 times to one hospital. They said, no, she's fine. There's nothing wrong with her mentally. There's nothing wrong with her physically. Yeah, maybe she needs to get her, maybe it's sciatica and she may need a neurosurgeon to take a look at it. Okay, that was a good hospital, decent hospital. They weren't playing ball with the police. And then after that, it was a teaching hospital that is just very bad, like a 6-year med program. And I went in walking. I went in able to bowel. I came out unable to do. Well, I couldn't walk at the time. 90 days. It took a while to, for anything to come back. But the bowel, they put a rectal tube in allegedly for no good reason, and then I bled out, and they transfused me for no good reason. I guess I don't know what really happened because I was on morphine from the spinal surgery. That probably never needed to be done. It was probably a hospital-acquired infection since I walked in. I just slowly declined. I went from all 4 limbs working to none of them working, so they then had an excuse to do all that. So there's that. And then the rectal tube, allegedly, that they claim I pulled out. Well, how could I if I was paralyzed and on morphine and couldn't feel a thing, even according to the records? That's malarkey. But putting that aside, then like an 83-year-old Taiwanese-trained doctor who should have long since been retired from everything I've read, he had his way with me once, there was the rectal tear and the hemorrhaging and all that I was I mean, I was gone. If that all happened and it's all in black and white, then I was luckily, I remember only bits and pieces of any of it. But
wow.
Then
okay, so now
but then the Taiwanese doctor did some kind of he had forceps, bilateral forceps in my backside, and it seems I can't find a path report to save my life. Can't get the hospital to give me one, but he the document says that that there was a lesion removed. Well, I'm guessing that's it was probably an ulcer caused by the rectal tube. Those things blow up, I guess, inside you. If somebody really did that, if that's what really happened, when I was, NPO, no food by mouth, I mean, what would be coming out of me, but so let's say they did do the rectal tube and it created a tear significant enough that it caused me to, hemorrhage out. They did an endoscopy, stuck a tube down my throat. That can cause a small bowel perforation. I read just enough to have an idea of what this could be without knowing for sure.
Lily.
So, I mean,
Lily, this is Frank. You need to stop the recording.
Okay.